please put your hands together for the Modus Super Series.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion!
It's time to crown the champion.
This is for the title.
Will get the match start at the block.
To win a week for the first time. Great champions here.
95 starts.
You are our champion.
There's a shot on the bullseye, yeah, for Dean Finn. 1, 2, 4, Dean Finn.
Get your first points in the group. Very well.
Great dart. Is that the marker? It's a 120.
It is going to be a superb finish. The 104's got. And Alex Small has a foot on the board.
But the 160's on. Tops for Charlie Mambi. Takes out the 160. Double 16 for a 104.
Climbing the ladder for the 120 checkout. And there you go.
And both of them were hit on tops. Here we go then, that trophy is on offer for somebody tomorrow night. Championship Friday sees 5 players try and book their place into Champions Night tomorrow, and all the action is coming to you from the live lounge in Portsmouth in the United Kingdom, and we are beaming our pictures live to Pluto TV viewers joining us from around the world. Well, this beautiful, incredible trophy is up for grabs for somebody tomorrow night. And the former champion, Jensen Walker, in Group B yesterday, certainly staked a claim to become only the second player to recapture it after a certain Luke Littler. Champions Week, and we've got a Champions Field studio for you. Devon Peterson and Laura Turner are with us on this Friday afternoon. Mentioned the former champion, Jensen Walker. He was in Group B action last night, Devon, and there was a bit of a statement made by him yesterday, wasn't there?
Yeah, I think Jensen Walker came out all business yesterday, put out the marker quite early, 160 ton plus checkout, first game, and that kind of just set the tone. It was a Jensen Walker evening, and just the performances itself, I mean, you wouldn't know that he's 19 years old. His name's already on the trophy, and by the statement he made yesterday, he definitely wants to have that again.
Neil Duff's a regular campaigner when it comes to Champions League. Hasn't made it through to a Champions Night as of yet, but it felt like yesterday he had a bit of a point to prove.
Yeah, it did, and he could have proven a bit even bigger one, to be fair. He kicked off, he won those opening 2 matches, lost the 2 at the back end of the evening, and I think out of all the players that are sat on 4 points, he may be the most disappointed because he just didn't push on towards the tail end. There was just a few opportunities that slipped his way. But he's in second place, so it's looking positive.
And this is how the table looks in Group B following the first night's worth of play. Jensen Walker at the top of the pile with 6 points. The former champion, as I say, looking to recapture the title. Neil Duff on 4. Also a good night for Jamie Owens. He won 2 of his 4 games. Keegan Brown in 4th spot on 4 points. Tom Sykes, perhaps the big surprise at the bottom of the table. In fact, the 2 Group A players comprising the 2 spots that don't qualify through to Champions Night tomorrow evening. That's how Group B looks. That gets back underway from 10 o'clock this evening. Group C is our focus this afternoon, where the 20-year-old sensation, Charlie Mambi, is at the top of the table. He won 4 of his 5 games yesterday and is in very good stead to qualify through to Champions Night at the first time of asking. Alex Small and David Pallet, they both picked up 6 points from Thursday. Carl Wilkinson and Dean Finn with 4 points respectively, whilst David Evans is at the bottom of the table, having won just 1 from 5 on Thursday. So Charlie Mambi at the top of the group. He lost that first game, didn't he, against Carl Wilkinson with that 101.5 average. But his bounce back ability has to be commended.
100%. And you look at everything that he's achieved in that game that he lost, that 101 average. He came back and he played against Dave Pallet, which was multiple 15 darters, one on the 16th of the death as well. And you realize that Charlie Mambi now has shown them the maturity and also the questions that have been asked about him. Does he have, if he's on the ropes, can he bounce back? Can he punch back? And the answer is yes.
Alex Small's into a second Champions League. It feels like he's taken the learnings from his first experience into this one.
Yeah, and that's all you can ask of a player. I think we're seeing different things from Alex Small. We're seeing there's just a little bit more. He's a very pacey player, and he has taken his time on occasion and to good effect as well. So I'm liking what I'm seeing from Alex. But but he is most definitely that player that when he finds that first start in that treble 20, he looks absolutely relentless. And yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if he makes it through.
Well, let's have a look at some odds, Dev, because Charlie Mambi goes off the favourite to win this group. That perhaps not a surprise. But when you look at Pallet and Small and the odds they're at, is that the bookmakers looking at who they think the other player to make it through is going to be?
Yeah, definitely between those two. But I mean, the group itself is still slightly a bit open for that second spot. Charlie Mambi, if he continues like he did yesterday, but we do know that also at the Modus Super Series, you can have one fantastic night and just the complete opposite way. So yeah, I think Alex Small and Dave Pallet, certainly by the performances of Dave Pallet yesterday, averaging consistently 90 plus. And understandably that Dave Pallet is throwing survival darts and he isn't full flow yet and he's playing that well. So yeah, I think that I wouldn't be surprised if it was Alec or David that joined at Mambi on Saturday.
What should we be looking out for today, do you think, Laura?
Well, honestly, if we can have more of yesterday, because we had massive finishes, we had a lot of 180s as well, and I still think there could be a little bit of movement in the table. No one's completely cut adrift as of yet. I think it's all about the solid starts from that chasing pack. Charlie Mambi's got 1 foot in there already, but it's who maybe can get that second spot.
It's going to be very interesting to see. It's 18 plus. It's gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, this is the final time the players will be playing for this trophy in 2025. And Pluto TV is very pleased to say that it's going to be bringing you 50 weeks of live darts once again in 2026. We've also renewed our deal to show the ADC Global Championship, which means more Devon Peterson throwing darts. I suppose we can't have everything, can we? But we've got plenty more to come over the course of 2026, and this is a snapshot of what we've got to come.
League of Legends winner is the Owl, Richie Howard.
As he is the wizard, Simon Whitlaw.
Bullseye says yes. Bullseye's got!
Double trial for a 9-dart finish.
Keegan Brown!
It's the Netherlands!
The Republic of Ireland!
Oh, hello.
What was that about double start?
Forgot.
The winner, a double trouble 2, is the born Robert Montage!
Yes! Just what the doctor ordered.
That is special.
The African warrior, Devon
Network and the Modus Super Series will be bringing you 50 weeks worth of live darts over the course of the calendar year. We kick off with the ADC Global Championship Final. That's on Sunday the 4th of January, a day after the PDC World Championship Final. Then we have a couple of specials weeks to kick off the year before Series 13 gets underway on Monday, January the 14th, all the way through to the 18th of April. Then Series 14 begins at the end of that month. Series 15 starts in earnest in August. And then the ADC Global Championship at the slightly earlier slot in 2026 between the 2nd and the 8th of November. That means everybody can play in it. And then after that, 6 specials weeks will round off 2026, and that is all live on the Pluto TV network in the United Kingdom, across mainland Europe and around the world. However, we've still got some business to attend to in 2025. The final day of group stage action in the final Champions Week of the year is about to get underway, and we kick off a meeting between David Pallet and Dean Finn. Dean, who picked up 4 points yesterday, David Pallet picked up 6, both in decent positions to make it through to Champions Night. And it's a very good afternoon for the first time this afternoon to our commentary team. Devon Peterson is in the very capable company of the asset, Paul Nicholson.
It is a very good afternoon and a very exciting day here in Portsmouth, because this is the last decision day of the year in the Modus Super Series. Series 12 will have its 6 Champions Night combatants by the end of this double session here on Friday. Dean Finn, who had
First leg, it's David.
A somewhat subdued Group A is now in contention for the first time to make Champions Night. But he's up against Dave Pallet, who yesterday didn't give himself enough credit for how well he played. Here on Friday, he's got a really good chance of making it through to a first Champions Night with someone
35.
from his neck of the woods in Derek Coulson. Is it fair to say, Devin Peterson, that if Pallet recreates
135.
the majority of the things he did on Thursday, second spot is not out of his reach?
For me, it's definitely a spot that Dave Pallet could
180.
stroll into. I mean, he started the day off perfectly as well. Throw looking a lot more smoother. Yesterday he left here
56.
almost deflated, not probably feeling amazing, but the results and just the averages yesterday, majority of them plus 90. I think they, like you said, Dave Pallet didn't give him a lot of credit, but I'm sure that when he going to go check the stats, he would have been extremely pleased. So he's definitely my standout player for yesterday as well, outside of Mambi.
We saw that he did have a little bit of hesitancy in his throw, and I don't really want to go on about that because I know that Dave wouldn't want us to. So
34.
let's focus on the positives.
77.
He can take this first leg in 14 or 15 darts. He will return. And when you consider some of the numbers that he punched in yesterday, we learned something very, very interesting about Pallet on Thursday.
60.
More on that in a second.
20.
Double 10 still.
Game shot on the first
No
leg.
problem whatsoever.
David
He's off to a very steady start. Let's take the stats
Second leg,
out
it's
of the
Dean to throw
equation then,
first. Game on.
because they were pretty good. He had the most 180s yesterday. He had a very good average. His doubles were really good. We'll give you the numbers in a second.
60.
But the fact that he left yesterday disappointed with the way he played tells me that he's a very
92.
intrinsic player. It's not necessarily about stats and achievements with Dave. It's about how well he feels when he plays.
Spot on. And most players, I mean, you want to... It's the point of making a 95 look good and feeling good with a 95 versus when you feel bad and hit a 95. It just doesn't... There's nothing positive about it beside the stat itself. And today, I mean, it came in with almost a different glow about him, and you can just feel it though. I went to go speak to him early on, and understanding the position it was in yesterday, and certainly Dave Pallet now is looking at Saturday with a completely different perspective.
He averaged 89.04 yesterday with 10 maximums. He had more 180s than anyone. He was also over 41% in his doubles.
26.
He won a scruffy game against Evans early. He won quality stuff later on in the day. I think it was a very accomplished Thursday. And Dean Finn is on the back foot early, and he doesn't really have the luxury of that against someone who's 2 points ahead of him in the table.
We do also know that Dean Finn possesses a good 10-plus kind of checkout game as well. Steady thrower. Speaking to him earlier, he's understanding he's been here since last week, and he, not that he didn't expect it, but when you win, you don't actually realize that you're going to be here all week. Dave Pallet there looking for the 25. Having to chase it down now. Double 16, missing the double 16 on the outside and giving Dean Finn an opportunity here on a 106. You did have some 10-plus checkouts yesterday. Can it continue today?
Yeah, he had a couple, including a really good 1-2-4 on the ball.
54.
Oh, there was a lot of shoulder in that last dart. I just wonder how he's feeling today. He might be flagging a little bit. This is a difficult shot, but he didn't make it look difficult.
David Pallet.
Pallet's playing with a bit more pace today.
Third leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
But you do get the feeling that in between his ears, this could be very hard work, which makes it more impressive.
Yeah, it's tough when your throw is not going, or you're feeling not comfortable, or you're not being able to just focus on hitting the target. It's making sure the rhythm is correct, making sure the grip is correct. And when people say, yeah, but he's maybe over-analyzing and all of these stuff, you can't help that, because as professionals or semi-professionals in the sport of darts, you want to actually be accurate and throw them all in one box, and that's the target. And it's a result-driven sport. It's if you throw everything correct, chances are it's going to look all in one box.
180.
That was all in one box, and that box isn't very big. The
57.
complexity of this game is very easy to understand. Finn has 4 points in the table. Pallet has 6. So if Finn wins,
82.
he equalises what Pallet has, and everybody else has got a game in hand. But if Pallet is victorious, he creates this 4-point gap between himself and the person he's just beaten. There are going to be a lot of 4-pointers today.
43. Did you require 146?
It's the beauty of a Group C Friday afternoon at the Modus Super Series
72.
Champions Week. And Dean Finn did okay there, but this 171, Dave Pallet's going to have to set it up nice and handy and make sure that Dean Finn is under some pressure.
60.
Trebulous Visit doesn't do that, but still puts him in the... He's on the dance floor. He can hear the music a bit, but Dean Finn will want to dispatch the 74. He does dispatch this 74 with 14 darts and making sure it's a 2-1, and that's another break of throw there. Pallet was the first one dishing out. So now we're back to something more tangible for Finn. He can create a comeback here, being 2-0 down. But certainly not with that kind of scoring.
Yeah, Dean's average yesterday, 87.5. The kind of average that can do a lot of damage on any Thursday, but he was just not converting at the same rate as other people on the doubles. The encouraging thing is, Dean had more darts at double than anyone of the 6.
29.
So he had plenty of opportunities. But a conversion rate of 26%, it needs to be about 10% better than that, at least today.
59.
And that, of course, is on the provision that he gets the same amount of chances, which he might not.
Yeah, 26%, certainly not. You want to be
84.
33% is hitting 1 out of 3 darts at a double. So, yeah, I think it's extremely tough, especially in this group. Dave Pallet now registering his first 180 of the match. So far, it's 3-2 to Dean Finn and 1 to Dave Pallet.
I'm really glad you brought up the doubling percentage of 33%, Devon, because yesterday,
53.
for the entire group, 93 hits from 279 darts is exactly 33.3%. So the entire group were right on point of hitting 1 out of every 3 shots at double. The biggest accolade we can give this group yesterday, their 180s. 43 for the day. That is a very, very good amount.
77.
77 there. Dartboard maths from Pallet, just chasing it down and setting up perfectly. It's not all about just hitting 180s, but it's the finesse.
37.
It's the nuance of counting and making sure that the numbers work out. Double tops now, 3 clear, bouncing off the outer ring, the number ring.
20.
And that's what it is there. That kind of opportunities. I mean, Dean Finn is on 184, so no pressure for Pallet there. And this is also the Dean Finn throw.
There you go.
180. David, you require 20.
Double 10 again. Big dart this.
10.
That 180 from Finn
require four.
may just have changed quite a lot in this game.
One thing I like about Dean Finn, he doesn't rush to the hockey. Because he
Game's on
gets
the forefront.
composed,
Dean
looks at his target. Bearing in mind that double two is eye level as well, so he could stay at it for the bet. Just measure himself. Dave Pallet there, missing 6 starts at the double there, which was a major opportunity for him to go 3-1 up and throw for the match, which would have certainly kind of pushed that boundary, that points between himself and Dean Finn. And the Irishman suffering from a scoring
69.
issue early on, and just finding that 180s late on in the games to make sure that he's still in it with a chance. And that could become his Achilles heel if he's not able to get out to the blocks quite quickly.
There's nothing wrong with his conversion rate so far in this game. And he hasn't needed many opportunities.
100.
Nice to see that Dave Pallet is rocking the old Steve Martin look these days. The silver hair, I think it suits him.
81.
It's his natural style as well. I know people pay for that, but it's like me waking up with a tan. People pay to go to tanning salons, and we wake up like that 24/7, you know what I mean? But Dave Pallet, I mean, silver foxing it out there. I just love an opportunity to have hair, actually.
I think he looks terrific.
You're not too far from that yourself. I mean,
I'm trying to massage my inner David Pallet. I'm on my way. I'm on the M6 motorway to Palletsville.
It's the George Clooney of commentaries, Paul Nicholson.
David, require 120.
Yeah, there's a little more salt and pepper. Finn's hit this yesterday. Time for a touche moment.
99. Then you require 151.
Pallet has had enough chances to win this game already. And he will have another chance to take a 3-2 lead. He will feel internally that he will have to hit this.
25.
And he should not be behind in this game at any point. Double 8.
Game shot
Absolutely brilliant.
David Pallet.
Made sure he was focused, composed.
Game.
Shakes his head at every single correct thing. And that's almost like you said early on the top of the start of the game, is an intrinsic
51.
player. Even though he's 3-2 ahead, checking out, we know he's doubling before this, the leg before this wasn't fantastic. But that moment there was a kind of no drama finish, even when it could have been drama-full.
Well, any excuse to bring this story up from
125.
the catalogue of Dave Palletisms from over the years, where he's tried to break the mind of the spotter behind the scenes, and some of the great runs he's had in tournaments. He's a very, very clever boy.
140.
But the one time he was on the European tour and he had 170 left, hit 2 treble 20s, gave it large to the crowd, turned around and hit a single instead of going for the bullseye,
100.
is one of the funniest moments this sport has ever seen. And it takes a real genius to be able to do that in that moment. That will forever be in the top 10 of funniest
59.
darts moments, in my opinion. Absolute brilliance.
That was against Dalgurney, wasn't it? Yeah, I remember that. Crowd was losing their mind. 170 was on, and he just
84.
went, nah.
Still funny. It will always be funny.
52.
This situation is
Then you require
far from funny.
141.
It is extremely serious. There's a lot of money on the line in the next 36 hours or so. Pallet's going to have a chance
94. David,
to win this one by 2 legs.
150.
It's a big ask. But it's on. Oh, my.
14. Then you require 47.
16 attempts at a double now. One of them for the match. And he might need more.
41.
He's going to get more immediately.
36.
He wants to get rid of this for a 4-point cushion between himself and Finn. And to get onto 8 points with Mambi. Brilliant from Pallet. Under adversity and put under pressure by his Irish opponent, Dave Pallet now will vault to the top of the table. It's a very courageous display, averaging just short of 82. But Dean Finn has now got an awful lot to do if he wants to make Champions Night.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
First game in Group C on Friday is in the books, and David Pallet has done himself an awful lot of good by beating Dean Finn by 4 legs to 2. Needed 17 darts at a double to get over the line, though. And the situation that we had in Game 1 is very similar to the situation that we got in Game 2. Because you have someone on 4 points. That is this guy, the 41-year-old from Barnsley, Carl Wilkinson. So he's effectively in the Dean Finn position. And Alex Small, who played some very decent darts yesterday, is in the Pallet position. He's on 6. So if he beats Wilkinson for a second consecutive day, he will create a 4-point gap between himself and Carl. And that's where we have this Bit of separation created in the
First leg,
middle of
it's
the
Cole to
table.
throw first. Game on.
So is it going to be separation or is it going to be closeness as we go into the Mambi-Evans game in Game 3?
100.
I think where you position now, Paul, is that earlier on is
140.
Dave Pallet came in intrinsically not feeling the best. Mambi was leading the log at the time. Dave Pallet now has found himself at the top of the table, and Alex Small could certainly join him there, and Mambi, before his game against David Evans, could potentially be sitting in third.
99.
That's an excellent point. Laura
96.
Turner, who is part of our broadcasting group this afternoon, eloquently yesterday was talking about how well Alex Small was starting in week 10.
140.
Especially towards the end of the week.
85.
If he does something similar to that today, he's going to put a lot of players under pressure.
41.
Narrow
Carl, you
miss
require
to take the first leg in
170.
12. Wilkie looking to be silky on tops.
97.
Had a hot start yesterday. Might be stopped in the first leg here.
12. Carl, you
Not to
require
be.
20.
He wires double 16 twice. The door is open for the big man from Barnsley. Somebody shut it in his
No
face.
Alec, you require 32.
He just left the word ouch, because he knows how important
Game
that
from
would
the
have been.
first
And the
leg.
16 darter there from
Alex.
Alex Small, certainly starting this Group C as a 13 to
Second leg,
2.
it's Alex
Improve
to
those
throw
odds
first.
to
Game on.
4 to 1. And now looking to almost
140.
divide the group now.
I've been doing a little bit of spying on the equipment of some of these
59.
players here this week. And I'm convinced that Alex Small is using a very similar dart to Neil Duff.
140.
Would be kind of weird to have Small against Duff in the final. They'd be using the same equipment.
100.
In fact, Wilkinson uses a barrel that was, for years, used also by another Welshman,
60.
our good friend Martin Thomas. And they did play each other in a match here at the Modus Super Series. Wilkinson has
96.
continued to use them, whereas
Alec, 161.
Martin Thomas has moved on to something else. And Alex Small is looking to move on to something else as well.
126.
He's missed his single at the end. How many times have we said that this week? The answer is too many times.
100.
It's the complacency. Third dart, walking it, just expecting it to go in. But he's expecting this 32 to land. Missed 2 at it, then hit it. Ooh, double-double. Little showpiece. Not to be.
Carl, you require 100.
Carl now can put him to the sword for missing it. But needed to find the first dart in the treble. Certainly set it up, but
105.
I think Alex Small is just
Alex
one
requires
dart
60.
ahead of Carl Wilkinson. He's going to need to take it. He finds it with the last dart.
Alex Small.
And what a shot there. Scoring has been
Third leg, it's
phenomenal
Carl to
so
throw
far
first.
for
Game on.
Alex Small. 3 for 140s, 180 and a ton. And Wilkie has just been steady on, just making sure he gets a
100.
ton at a time.
Now, this is not the kind of performance that Carl wanted to start with. Yesterday, when he was beating Charlie Mambi 4-3, he averaged nearly 99. This proves that darts is not copy and paste.
130.
It's very much turn up, do your best, and see what happens.
Simply because yesterday came fresh
140.
into the game. And then obviously last night, through the day, he played his game. Muscles a bit tired. Went to bed. Did he have a good night's rest? Start up early again. So that's the reason why, because it's never the same day. But this could be a maximum here for Small. 140s are scattered about.
Oh, we record 124.
124 plays 161. Will Wilkinson have a shot at the bullseye? Might go for it.
99.
Went for it as well.
Alec, you record
In that
161.
point there, would you have gone for the bullseye, considering he's on 161?
Oh, I would have.
86.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Totally against what you should do. But you pay the ultimate compliment to your opponent by going for it, because you think they might take out their shot.
Game shot on the third leg.
It's paid off for Wilkinson. He's got his first leg of the day. I gather you may have laid up.
Game on.
Yeah, simply because of the percentage on taking out 161.
100.
You'd see them miss more than they hit against you. It will hurt you if they do take it out. But considering, I mean, a setup there would have played on their mental as
95.
well.
I remember seeing Damon Hetter lay up on a shot in Graz, Austria,
60.
against Johnny Clayton, who had 161. Johnny took out the 161. And I just thought, that's the gamble that you take. And
135.
let's face it, there's only 5 games per player today. Do you really want to be rolling the dice today?
140.
It's very much an individual decision.
Most famous one to lay up was Eric Bristow. He paid the price.
95.
Yes, he did. But he still had a brilliant career.
Yeah, it's never career defining. I was just saying, like, laying up and if you look at the percentages of players that hit the 3 ton plus, like the ton plus checkout 3 darters, especially above 150, the percentages, it leans into your favor. Not even leans, it's literally a landslide in your favor.
We always talk about the layup of Bristow, but there's no guarantee he would have hit the bull in 1983.
104.
There's no guarantee at
Definitely
all.
would have. It's Eric Bristow, mate. 16 and he missed the big number. And you did say we said that a lot. And that was a great opportunity there because Small would have been checking out there and 3-1 ahead. But Carl Wilkinson carved out an opportunity, but he has to take it, and he does. Second dart.
Carl Wilkinson.
Alex Small will be having a fight with a towel in a minute.
5th leg, it's Carl to throw first.
Conversion rates aren't great in this game so far, but Wilkinson has been given too many opportunities, and Alec knows it. That little twist of the eye is one of, oh, I really should have been in the distance by now. Or possibly
98.
back in the practice room. He was never, ever in the Group C scenario the last time he was in Champions Week in Series 10. He finished bottom of that table. He was out of it very quickly. So this is the first time he's been a contender
96.
in a Champions Week. He's won a big tournament before. He's won the Champion of Champions event, which has been won by the likes of Ryan Searle, Johnny Clayton, Gezi Price, Paul Hogan.
That's got a different format as well, isn't it? Like a tough format.
Best of 3 legs
60.
all the way through.
Sheesh. Is that not the news of the world kind of thing? Yeah.
Same type of tournament, yeah.
Yeah.
Happens every
100.
late summer in Wales. And this year it was won by a Welshman by the name of David Davies, who is also going to the Alexandra
100.
Palace soon. What a year it's been for David Davies.
He's played it as well and performed fantastically well. I remember back in the day when he used to come to the events with Mark Webster. Because obviously good friends, and Mark always used to compliment him, saying how good he's going to be. A couple of years on.
Mark was right.
97.
Now, if Alec gets to the bull this time, he's not going to be laying up. 5s.
120.
This is turning into a Richie
require
Burnett game.
50.
I'll explain that in a second. Double 16. To be in front for the first time. He was 2-0 down.
34.
He might still be 3-2 down.
Require 10.
Alec needs to approach us with Calmness now. Just work his way in. No, the rush, the flick, that just... The way in which a dart penetrated the board showed there was a late release, shoulder coming through. Wilkinson now wants to make sure he leads the game 3-2.
Go Wilkinson.
Alex Small now kicking himself. Should be in the practice room, having a glass of ice water, sitting and eating grapes. But the game continues.
93.
Just for clarification, a Richie Burnett game is one that you lose, but you should have won every leg. The famous phrase goes, I lost that game 6-3, I should have won it 9-0. I'm not going to do it in a Welsh accent because that is very disrespectful.
I was actually hoping. You can only... A Richie Burnett situation can only be spoken in his words. Like this, some of the stuff that I have, even on camera, about Richie Burnett. He once sat in the players' room, practice room, took a magnifying glass out and looked at the point of his dart to see if there was any defects in the point of his dart. Any defects in a point of the dart?
He might have had a little burr on the point or something that he wasn't happy with. Now that's precision. Precision also in leg number 6, where they're on the same number.
60.
If Wilkinson can leave himself sub-100 here, he'll think he's going to get a chance to win in 6 legs.
100.
Sub-100, it most definitely is. Now, Small has to cling on. Which he can't do.
48.
So Wilkinson on the doubles in this game is 3 from 11. Which isn't brilliant. But he does get a match start. At double 10, this is monstrous. To get onto 6 points with Small.
72.
That may be the only chance he gets.
74.
74 from Alex now. Can't be rushing it. Needs to take a time. No step to the side, but doesn't need it. And what a... That is a stab. That is a...
7th fan final leg.
A gut punch.
Game on.
Alex Small should have been ahead. Should have done an Richie Burnett.
136.
But in the other way, when he needed it the most, he found it. So you know he's on song. His scoring is great. Everything else is just taking the time on that finish. He does have a quick kind of release, and the setup sometimes is not the same pace and not the same height, which definitely hinders him on the finishing.
70.
There's one thing that needs to be said right now, and that is that if Alex Small ever watches himself back from this week, or if anybody from his family or friends at home back in Wales would encourage him to watch one visit from this week,
100.
I implore them to watch that last checkout, because his rhythm in those 3 darts was the best he's had this entire week. He can be the best he can be when he's in that rhythm. He's not too quick. He's not too deliberate. There was purpose in every dart with the pace that he likes. He's still in trouble. Not small trouble either.
43.
But we always say at the Modus Super Series, if you are going to lose tight. It might force him to win big later. Carl Wilkinson, for the second consecutive day, starts with a 4-3 victory. It wasn't the same sort of output as yesterday. In fact, it was 5% less. He will not care one jot. It's still a 93+ average. He was the better player towards the end, and after going 2-0 down, he got enough opportunities to get 2 invaluable points.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44.
32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gave wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got it, the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are through 2 games on this Group C afternoon. We've seen wins for David Pallet against Dean Finn, and before the break, a win for Carl Wilkinson against Alex Small. Next up for us, it's a meeting between the 2 players that began bottom and top of the group. David Evans finding himself at the basement of this Group C, was Charlie Mambi found himself at the summit. He has been overtaken by David Pallet, courtesy of his opening win of the day, but he can reassume top position if he can get over the line here. Laura Turner's alongside me in the commentary box for this afternoon session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And following defeat in his opening game yesterday, Charlie Mambi really was the player of the session. In fact, lost it of his highest average of the day, an average of 101.32. But overall yesterday, Laura, he played really Pro Tour stuff. 94.3 average for the day, 40% in terms of his finishing, 4-ton plus checkouts, and 80s for his day.
83.
Yeah, not bad at all. And it's what we've kind of come to expect from Charlie Mambi. But as for Dave Evans, it was really a tale of the polar opposite. He looked... Dave Evans would have probably thought himself a bit unfortunate not to have qualified through to Group B. He was really close. He lost out just on leg difference, and he did put in some really big performances, but very slow to get out of the traps and just never recovered yesterday. Just that one solitary win to his name. And this was a match that,
140.
be no surprise, went the way of Charlie Mambi, 4-1.
Well, Charlie Mambi is probably expecting a big performance from his opponent, because that is what tends to happen at the beginning of days.
46.
Yesterday, Carl Wilkinson with a big average of 98.35. Then on Wednesday at the end of Group A, Tom Sykes hit him where it hurt most, averaging 105.89 to beat him by 4 legs to 2. It's fair to say that people like to take their anger out on
42.
Charlie rather
Charlie
early in the day. In fact, he's only won his opening game once this week, and that was on the opening day of Champions Week against Tom Sykes by 4 legs to 2. He lost 4-2 to Keegan Brown at the beginning of Tuesday's action as well. But off to a quick start here, having left himself on 70 after 12, and Evans, who himself has actually been rather a sluggish starter over the course of the previous 4 days, has started in kind here on Friday.
44. Charlie requires 70.
Yeah, the pattern seems to be continuing for Dave Evans. And it's double 16.
Game shot on the
for Charlie
first
Mambi, and true to form,
Charlie
pins it in
Mambi.
3.
15 data to get himself up and running. He
Second
had
leg,
that
it's Charlie to throw first.
game yesterday, didn't he, where
Game on.
every single leg in 7 was won by 15 darts apart from the last one, which was run in a rather useless 16.
180.
Yeah, I think if there's anything we can say with regards to the way the games have gone for Charlie Mambi is if he can try and to start avoiding games going the distance. He played
99.
5 games yesterday. There was only one, I think, that actually didn't go the distance. But what was really impressive with Charlie, which we didn't see so much in Group A, is the fact that when he actually got to a last leg decider, he won all bar 1.
I'm just getting the sense that Charlie Mambi is one of those players that has to play with a bit of edge. Something has to lie in a game to bring the best out of him. Where maybe sometimes Group A, which is maybe rather hypocritical because he's won all but one Group A he's ever played
54.
in here. But it feels like when we get to the latter end of the week, where there's more on the line, is when we tend to see his better stuff.
Yeah, there are players that when they've got their back against the wall, they can produce their absolute best when they really need it.
140. Charlie require 130.
And he certainly found his best stuff at the beginning of this contest. Has he found a 130 in the mix when, of course, for the treble 18, because
98.
Evans wasn't on a finish, but he's come out with a bit of vengeance here, Charlie Mambi, at the beginning of this Friday session.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Henry, but I get the sense that Charlie Mambi knows could just be the one win, which will be enough to get him across the line, possibly 2 if he can get them under his
Charlie
belt
requires
as soon as
32.
possible, because these group stages is all about making the Saturday.
Game shot on the second leg.
And it's a
Charlie
13
Mambi.
dart holder throw for Charlie Mambi to back up the 15 he found in the first leg.
Third leg, it's David
28
to throw
darts,
first.
meaning
Game.
an average of 107.36. Charlie Mambi, as you can see, 15, followed by 13. And when you look at Charlie Mambi's fixtures, and this is about disrespect to anybody, but he has the 2 players at the bottom
41.
of the group in his first 2 games. So David Evans in this one, and then his next match is against Dean Finn thereafter. And if 2 wins feels like it's going to be enough to
35.
get himself through, they're probably the 2 that you want right from the get-go, so you don't have any drama later on in the day if you can avoid slip-ups.
Yeah, I mean, it can go the other way. You mentioned David Evans, and he did pick up that one solitary win, averaged just under a 90 in a win over Carl Wilkinson. It can work the other way, that you get to the
99.
back end of a group, and if you don't win against the ones that you expect to, then you've only got the top chasing pack to deal with. So it doesn't always pan out that way, but I just sense that Charlie Mambi also
96.
sees this as a real opportunity. And if you give him a chance, we've seen it so many times, he is able to punish.
David Evans has beaten
60.
Charlie Mambi twice this week. 2-2 in terms of the personal head-to-head between the pair. Evans beat Mambi in a last leg decider on Monday, then a 4-1 win for Charles on Tuesday. Then Evans drubbed Mambi on what was a
85.
dismal Wednesday 4-zip, and then Mambi winning yesterday's fixture by a 4-1 scoreline and looking rather comfortable here and looking in a very good position to get the
140.
double break. Leaves himself on a finish after 12, and Evans needing a solitary ton to leave himself on a finish.
Yeah, if you're a person that kind of likes to look at
100.
narratives and
Charlie
patterns, then in
require
theory,
147.
it would be Dave Evans winning today if you keep that repeating pattern going. But Charlie Mambi clearly got other ideas.
123.
Well, Nico and
David
Devon were
require
talking about great
138.
138s in the previous game. We're not going to see a great 138 here.
No, and already this theme for
42. Charlie required
David Evans that we saw
24.
yesterday, they were going low and they were going left, and we're seeing that again here.
Game shot on the
Good
third
recovery
leg.
as he switches across the
Charlie
board, pins
Mambi.
a double 6, and Charlie Mambi finding himself 3-0 to the good.
Charlie to throw first.
David Evans hasn't got out the trap so far, and Charlie Mambi really with a professional job. 3-0 up, doing what he has to do, and with the darts in his hand to complete a rout, complete a whitewash win to kick off his Friday here at the Live Lounge. Hoping to be Championship Chaz is Charlie Mambi come the end of play tomorrow night.
45.
Well, Charlie Mambi, so dominant his performance over Dave Evans, has denied him an opportunity at the outer ring so far. And there you're seeing that confidence. And I've got a feeling when we see the VT of Charlie Mambi doing that no-look 180 before, it was against Dave Evans.
There's something about Yorkshire and Lancashire, isn't there? Dates back a few years. However, if he hits another 1-2-3 here, he could have left himself on the big fish, and that really would have been showman-like.
97.
Yeah, no finish left, but chipping away nicely. But understandably so, you can sense Charlie Mambi very confident up there on the oche.
100.
Well, 96 to complete a comprehensive 4-0 win to kick off his day. You feel like a good start should be enough for Charlie Mambi to make it through the Champions Night. Well, this really would be the perfect start, but that treble 17 has come in and come out again. Still work to do when he comes back.
Still work, but still plenty of time. Dave Evans, despite his performance levels not being up to par yesterday, he was never in a match where he didn't have a chance at a double.
Charlie requires 74.
That could be the outcome if the 74 goes for Mambi.
He might get grand slammed here, David Evans, because he's lost 4-0 and didn't get a dart at a double. A comprehensive victory for Charlie Mambi to kick off his Friday quest for Champions Night tomorrow. He knows a few wins will be good enough, and that really was a steady professional display. 16 darts per leg on average, 4 out of 6 on his doubles. It was as routine a 4-0 win as you will see. Coming up after the break, Alex Small takes on David Pallet. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. And before the break, Charlie Mambi with a dominant 4-0 win against David Evans has put himself one step closer towards qualifying for Saturday's Champions Night here at Champions Week 12. The first game of round 2 is a meeting between Alex Small and David Pallet, and a big battle this in what looks like now a race for second position in this particular Group C. Pallet finds himself on 8 points following 6 matches. Alex Small a couple behind on 6, so a win here for the man from Wales would put him on to 8 points. A win by a margin would actually see him leapfrog Pallet in the table and very much open up the door for Carl Wilkinson, who plays David Evans in a couple of games' time. If Pallet wins this, he's in a very good position. He'd open up a 4-point gap from Messrs Small and Wilkinson. And the way he started this, he looks like he's in tidy nick. He had to survive a few scares against Dean Finn, miss a fair few darts and a double. But if he wins this, he is in a very good position, Laura.
Yeah, I think for both players, they recognise that this could be one of the defining matches of Group C.
140.
A win for David Pallet. That puts him back on even terms with Charlie Mambi at the top of the table. But
38.
Alex Small, if he goes out and loses those first couple of games, obviously already lost his first one in a last leg decider against Carl Wilkinson, then he could find himself in all sorts of trouble and relying on favours from
58.
the rest of the table.
$137. David Everett, 120.
Even though he lost to Carl Wilkinson, there was glimmers of stuff that Alex Small did in that game that you could really like. Pallet low looking at the ball for the 1-2-3 to kick off the game.
98.
Unable to get, and so Small in similar range. Just the one treble 19 needed for a poke at the little red bit. And the little red bit he wasn't too far away from.
But this an early break opportunity for Dave Pallet. Just makes the 17, but no issue with the double 4.
David Pallet.
Well, finds the break that he needs at some point in this contest to put himself 1-0 to the good. A rather inquisitive look on the face of Alex Small in the background, for whom, if he loses this, it'd be the worst possible start. 2 defeats from 2, and what looked like a rather promising position at the beginning of the day would then see him 4 points behind second position in the group.
85.
And coming up in this second round of 3, Finn will take on our table topper Charlie Mambi in the next one, and Wilkinson will face Evans.
115.
It's one of those tables, the way it's poised at the moment, you've got a couple of players with now the potential to run away with it.
100.
Or it could get very interesting and players start to get embroiled in a bit of a race. And you feel that race realistically now is for second spot.
Well, there is a potential the way that the results in this round of fixtures go. If Pallet wins, Mambi wins. And particularly if David Evans was to beat Carl Wilkinson, we could be in a position where we might be very close to knowing who the top 2 are with 3 rounds of
85.
fixtures left to play. The margin for error has been whittled away. 5 names will join Derek Coulson into the Champions Night hat come the end of play this evening. Coulson in his 5th Champions Week, looking to finally lift the title he's come so close to winning for so long. Pallet playing in his 1st Champions Week, having prior to this series lost 2 weekly finals.
36. Alec, you require 92.
That's double 16. Just trying to work his way in.
76.
And that could be a costly miss. It was a break-back opportunity for Alex Small. And Dave Pallet so far this match been pretty efficient when it's come to the finishing.
Game shot
And that efficiency is continuing. Dave Pallet doubles his leg tally.
Well, you talk about efficiency, 100.2 is average, 2 from 4 in terms of his finishing, 30 darts for the first couple of legs, and Alex Small really finding himself behind the 8 ball now. And just looking at him at the back of the stage, Alec, just looks rather concerned at this present moment in time. He knows that, as he mentioned, that good position he found himself in at the beginning of the day, it's just beginning to go south a little bit.
100.
Yeah, and it's how you, as a player, how you deal with that adversity. When you're on the back foot and came so close to getting across the line against Carl Wilkinson, just dropped off at a pivotal moment towards the tail end of the match. And now you find yourself from a position where you come in, you're second in the table.
94.
You want to build on that, and now you see yourself slowly sliding down the rankings.
Modern day darts is all about narratives, and me and Devon were talking in commentary yesterday about the narrative, particularly with the likes of Jensen Walker, Neil Duff and David Pallet. They've all got Lakeside campaigns next week. So they've got their two biggest tournaments of the year, the Champions Week here and the Lakeside next week, all coming in a close space of time. Is there a train of thought that they should be the players that should be at their peak because they've got effectively their biggest run of the year coming up right now?
Yeah, and it was something that Paul Nicholson mentioned yesterday when we were talking about Group B, is that this is the time of year that every player should be coming in. This is the time where you can pick up the big trophies, the accolades. If you're not ready for this time of the year, then when are you ever going to be ready? And it was, it was something that kind of rang true when we were talking after Group B yesterday.
Very interesting play there from Pallet. We'll talk about that in a couple of moments' time as he looks to find the double 18, clips the wide. Small back for 60 to reduce the gap to 2-1. Takes his time on tops.
20.
And they both clip the wire. Actually, the final one bent the wire.
You require 36.
Yeah, two very well thrown darts from Alex Small, but the result means that Dave Pallet has a chance to go within one, looking at a whitewash win.
27. I think you require 40.
So Small being given a reprieve, but can he make best use of it? Was 3 from 13 on his doubles against Carl Wilkinson, and he's 0 from 7 here. But make that 1 from 8 and make that 2-1. It was interesting that Pallet with 180 left was perhaps rather sceptical of the fact that he may well pull a dart low, didn't want to bust the score, which is why he went across the board towards the 14s. We've seen players like Bradley Brooks here in the past do that. He'll go across the treble 12 for one of two reasons. A, he's worried he can catch, and B, he absolutely hates tops.
You see players bringing that into play more and more often. And you can understand why, because even if you look at this week, we've seen Derek Coulson bust a 140. We've seen Dave Evans also bust by hitting a treble 20. So, yeah, it's one of those things you just think, throw it high, and then perhaps something in the back of your mind, because you're trying to avoid the treble with so much that you often see players either hit tops or sometimes drop back in the treble.
And we live in a generation where everybody's darts go into the board on an upright angle. The
81. Days
of stackers look as if they have very much gone. The stackers have stacked it.
100. $135.
Almost a second max for Dave Pallet.
100. David, you require 132.
So 132. We've seen this a few times this week. The champagne shot. But we're not going to get a bit of the afternoon bubbly just yet.
You require 76.
And 2-0 behind and having face darts to go 3-0 down. Alex Small here with a dart at top to level up at 2-2. And Julie obliges. And you've got to give Alex Small credit here. At 2-0 down, he looked a rather disconsolate figure. But he's found a way back into this contest. Back on throw, and now with the darts to lead for the first time.
100.
Yeah, he was 3 from 13, wasn't he, in that match against Carl Wilkinson in terms of the doubling statistics. He's 2 from 9 in this, but you will say the last two legs, he's just starting to rectify the issues he's having with the outer ring.
100.
Well, we saw actually against Carl Wilkinson, he had better joy with one dart in hand at the back end of a combination than he was
45.
With 3 at a double at any point.
81.
And that last start from Alex Moore, I think that's another part of the game that he can look at and work on. We quite often say that he's one of those rhythm players. If he gets the first start right, then he normally fills it up. But
140.
Seen it a few times, just a bit of a lax last one.
105. David Require 161.
Oh, Pallet looking at 161. And to be fair, from 2-0 down, Alex Small has found that dog in him.
60. Alec Require 170.
But he cannot find a dogged big fish here, and
94.
so Pallet returns to 101 to break and lead 3-2. Haven't had a ton plus checkout yet. In fact, the highest checkout is 74 free times.
$44. Alec Require 76.
How about a ball for 76?
Game
How
shot
about a
the
ball
fifth
for
leg.
76?
Alex
Now
Small.
that is the biggest checkout of the session so far.
Sixth player against David to throw first. Game
Yeah, 76 found. Alex Small just looking to the back of the stage, but he's reeled off 3
58.
consecutive legs to bounce back against Dave Pallet. And Dave
91.
Pallet, his levels dropped off slightly. He was averaging in excess of a ton. It's around the 90 mark at the moment, but Alex Small has just stepped up. And as mentioned before, the area of the game he's improved is the finishing.
In terms of the scoring, Alex Small is tunning David Pallet to death. He's had 11 one-visit scores in that particular column. In fact, 14 90-pluses over the course of this contest so far. He's not
91.
hitting big stuff, but he's hitting decent stuff regularly enough to be tapping on the toes of David Pallet.
60.
Yeah, how often we love a big score, we love a maximum, but it's those 100 to 140 scores that really can actually
85.
determine the way a match will go.
If you can't hit eagles, make sure you hit
78.
pars
197.
or birdies. If you can't hit birdies, make sure you hit pars. And that's why I have a bandit handicap.
77. $44. David Require 20.
Alex Small well off the pace here in leg number 6. Pallet with an opportunity to level us up at 3 apiece. He's opted not to move. I can't quite work out how much of that he could see because it looked like the first start was a bit of a blocker.
Well, that luxury of time he's going to cash in here.
42.
And luckily for him as well, Alex Small's not making any kind of inroads in this leg. He's had a bit of a free pass here, David Pallet. And again, he grazes the wire with double 10, eventually finds.
David Pallet.
And we go all the way to 3-3. Now, the rule is there, because I know there's going to be 1 or 2 people saying, David Pallet's thrown that dart. It means he's bust the score. However, in the rule book, if the double's gone in, and the referee's called game shot, then it is a completion of a leg. Now, there was actually a scenario here around about 2.5 years ago where Colin Osborne hit a double 10. Now, because that was clipped to the wire rather close, the referee at the time, Danny McNamara, couldn't see that was a scoring dart, and he wasn't going to move in the way and obscure the throw of Colin Osborne. Now, the third dart went inside on the double 10. However, because the leg was completed, the referee could call game shot, and the leg is won by the player. Little bit of refereeing nuance for you on this Friday afternoon. It's actually DRA 6.3 in the rule book.
130.
As told by Owen Binks.
Well, back to the action here at the Live Lounge.
81.
And it's actually Alex Small that's in the ascendancy in this last leg. This was a situation he found himself in his opening match, and he went 4-3 down to Carl Wilkinson. But this is a much better deciding leg for Alex Small.
60. Alec Require 130.
So the little fish for Small. Didn't have to go for the little fishy because Pallet can't dishy up a finish.
82.
Nobody set up a potential 2-dart out for the match. And a win here for Small would make that race for
85.
first and second really rather interesting.
Again, the neglection of the 20 to ensure that he didn't bust. That's why he went across to the 12. Gives him 2 and a hand, a double 16. That doesn't go, and this would be some finish from Pallet. And it'd be difficult for Alex Small to Pallet if this was to go. Triple 17. Gets it for the match. Double top. What a finish! What a finish for David Pallet. And that will be a bitter pill for Alex Small to swallow. Well, that really could well be a Champions League skin saver for David Pallet. What a superb finish to a superb contest. And he's almost in disbelief as to what he's just done. Goodness me, has he got character in an abundance. He's beaten Alex Small with shot of the week. Next up, Dean Finn takes on Charlie Mambi.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And he Dart at double 16, gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
Where do we even start to describe that previous checkout from David Pallet? Henry Deacon categorized it as the shot of the week. But based on the amount of context we could have by the end of Champions Week, that could well be the shot of the series. Alex Small was sitting on 16 points.
First
And
leg,
Pallet
it's
does
Dean to throw first.
the unconventional brilliance of treble 18, treble 17 and tops to rescue 2 more points to put himself in second position, just behind
100.
the man who's about to throw right now. Mambi against the darts in game number 5 of 15 here in Group C today. If he can beat Dean Finn, he will be getting very, very close to the promised land in Series 12.
85.
We spoke about Dave Pallet's resilience. Continued with
131.
discussions about not finding his most fluent form. But you know yourself, when you are not at that point, it's almost it's not even a roll of the dice anymore. It's stepping up and going, this is all I have and this is all I can give. And he pulled out a finish there.
140.
Top tier, and you know, when you're doing that, that just gives you extra confidence and could change the entire perspective of how you feel being an intrinsic player like Dave Pallet is.
The timing of that shot was beyond comprehension, and Mambi is absolutely gunning for this today. That is 5 legs played, 5 legs won.
Second leg is Charlie to throw first.
Starting against Finn with an 11 darter.
Game on.
He's in the mood today. Starting to feel like week 11 all over again. He saved his best stuff for the end of that week.
80.
If he's saving the best for this week as well, who knows what he could achieve over the next couple of days. Dean Finn in the table on 4 points. It's looking like he needs
135.
a miracle to get into the top 2 now.
And that's what we were saying yesterday. Dean Finn's outer ring, having the most shots at the double, cost him. And he might be saying it's a bit of fatigue. You said I called it earlier, flagging. Simply because it's a lot of darts. It's a continuation. He had 1 day off and then back to the whole entire day.
85.
And now we're in a position now where you said he needs a miracle. I think that a Charlie Mambi victory
125.
Puts Dean Finn in a entire spot of bother,
58.
which will make sure that Mambi goes through and Dean Finn could be waving away the chance to return on Saturday.
It's not just the fact that Dean has lost
64.
a game today already. It's that everybody above him is winning. And creating that space that can become too much by the middle of a Friday afternoon in any week. He has got tops.
37. Charlie requires
This is for 6
84.
legs out of 6 here today. Double 18.
48.
He's done something wrong. Hasn't missed many doubles today.
Game shot on the second
And those 2
leg.
misses at double 18
Dean
cost him. The first leg that Mambi has lost goes the
Third
way of
leg,
the
it's
Irishman.
Dean to throw first. Game on.
The leg before this, Dean Finn was close in the shot. Mambi checked out 11 darter.
59.
And Mambi opened the door slightly. Dean already missing a shot. So you feel as though Dean's
100.
opening game loss isn't as bad as you would expect. But if he had 2 losses, it would put him in definitely not in the best position considering Dave Pallet's
85.
heroics early on. You'll know that he's feeling fantastic. And with a Group C, only 2 go through.
180.
If Dean wants to put a dent in the armour of Mambi, he better get a move on because it looks like this is going to be his last game against him this week.
85.
Mambi has beaten Finn every day they've played. Sometimes by wide
98.
margins. Yesterday was a bit tighter. It was 4-3. But the first 3 days of the week, Mambi was winning by 3 legs every time.
105. Charlie require 100.
So let's see what happens in leg 3. Does he get to the ball? Does he go for the ball?
98. Dean, you require
I'm going to retract that. That was the
167.
stupidest question I've ever asked.
By you saying that, you would have felt like he was going to set up and just give him, because considering the way in which Finn was playing.
57. Charlie requires
Based on what we saw from him yesterday, every shot he left, he was going for it. Uh-oh. That wasn't on purpose. This could be. He fixes it. That may be the untidiest 25 checkout we've seen this series. He doesn't care. He's 2-1 up.
Full flag is Charlie to throw first. Game on.
You know when dart players are getting tired when they start doing the Andy Bolton yoga routine at the end of the stage.
Soft mints are loading.
100.
That one that Dean was doing there is known as a cactus. I'm not even kidding.
98.
If you see a cactus in Arizona, very tall, and they look like people.
180.
And they do this 90-degree movement with their arms to the side. It's known as a cactus in yoga. It's to stretch the spine upwards and to give you better posture. I'm not even sure Dean knows that, but he does now.
It's a prickly move, that.
40.
You do yoga, I take it.
For a long time.
93. Charlie requires 81.
Well, for 3-1. It is the ball.
Game show on the full
Sweet
flag.
as a nut.
Charlie Mambi.
Nowhere near the coast, and Mambi is cruising. 12 points is very much in range. Look at this. 38 darts for 3 winning legs. It's not out of character.
100.
This is why people are getting so excited about this young man. And he could be causing Cameron
95.
Menzies all sort of nightmares over the next 2 weeks. Because they will lock horns at the Palace. And I wouldn't be surprised if Cameron is tuning in right now, doing a bit of homework.
Cammy, all you just do is kicking against the ankles, as we see Finn there trying to kick him under the feet with a maximum of his own. You could, after that bullseye finish, there was a little grin on Dean Finn's face, almost to say, like, this kid's not missing it. And as a player, you've been in that space as well. I have.
57.
When somebody's getting everything right and they continuously get it right against you.
Anybody who springs to mind in your career for doing that?
164.
Danny Noppert springs to mind for me. Just so efficient. Well, look on the bright side, Dean. Charlie's good, but he can't take out 216.
He'll leave it handy, though, and at 76 now, Dean will know that he'll have to take this out. He'll see the funny side of it. First stop, bang.
Dean Finn.
And the game goes on. Dean just has a different composure today. Like
Game on.
Danny DeVito-esque. Both players averaging above a ton. Tells you exactly the quality. 3 180s in this game. Finishing fantastic.
And they had a great game yesterday as well. Mambi averaged nearly 99, 50% on doubles. Dean Finn lost 4-3 with an almost 96 average. There's something about this fixture.
100.
It's kind of a shame we might not see it again for a while.
I think Dean will be happy he doesn't see this fixture for a while.
Oh, yeah. He's going to be very glad to see the back of this young man.
60.
Big visit here for Dean now would give him an opportunity.
100.
Dean, a very proud INDO player and really pushing the sport with the stuff that he does
140.
in his area as well. He's one of his compatriots. Gavin Murphy will be coming here for the IDSL on Sunday.
140.
Okay. How many legs are we going to see in this contest? Because it could be over in 6. But yet again, We've seen another missed single.
70.
All about the 14s.
Game shot on the 6th flag.
Get on that train, Dean. You might still get one solitary victory against Mambi this week if you can break in the last leg. And this is a very big leg for the people that aren't playing on the stage as well. People like Pallet. People like Alex Small and Carl Wilkinson. Wilkie's next against Evans. He wants Finn to win because that would keep Mambi at 10 points.
140.
That was a quick, solid finish there from Dean Finn. And you know, that's the kind of quality he has. It's just coming up against Mambi. You can't make any mistakes. And what a visit there. 2 triple 19s. Great drop there. But a maximum year will certainly put Mambi in pole position, knowing that this is the Dean Finn throw as well.
60.
Highest average of yesterday. It came from Charlie of 101.32 in a loss.
64.
He's 1 visit away from another 4-visit leg to smash the best average in this group, but he's under big pressure all of a sudden. What a contest. Is it over?
97.
It might be,
97.
but not in favour of Charlie all of a sudden. Big dart in the group, double 12.
73.
Serious tension here.
20.
This is mature. Taking a breath because this game has been breathless.
Game shot.
What a win that is for Charlie. Not only does it get him to 12 points, it will put Dean Finn on the rack, but 2 games they've had in Group C have been worldies. Mambi averages over 104, which is entirely in character. His doubles were very, very good indeed. But my oh my, Charlie Mambi looks like he's going to Champions Night. He's not there yet though.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion,
Scott Taylor. One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
We really are being treated on Pluto TV to some incredible Champions Week live action, and we sincerely hope it continues here in game number 6. At the end of this one, there will be only 3 rounds left to see which 2 players will go through to Champions Night with Derek Coulson, who has had his feet up now for nearly 2 days. David Evans, well, he's not going to make it. He's in 6th position with just the 1 victory from his first 6 matches in this group. But Wilkinson has got a lot of work to do to stay relevant. If he can't beat Evans on this occasion, he'll find himself 4 points behind 2nd position
60.
with only 3 games to go.
This was David Evans' only victory yesterday as well, and it was when Carl Wilkinson started out yesterday, fantastic out the blocks. Looked really like a serial contender for that Saturday night spot, but
80.
all just came unraveled back end and lost 3 in a row. Started off this morning a lot better against Alex Small.
60.
But now, changes happening in the background there.
Yep, somebody called Guido. Somebody needs a pit stop. And that was a rather quick one. Get that man in the pit lane.
Ferrari times. Ferrari times.
140.
This is the most important section of this group for Carl. He's going to have to beat Evans. In 2 games' time, he's playing David Pallet, who's currently 2nd. If he wins both of those games,
140.
he could overtake Pallet. That's now his mission.
100.
Just for an extra little bit of oomph on the stake. He wouldn't mind if Charlie Mambi beats Alex Small next as well. That is his ideal situation in the next 3 games.
97.
But all he can do is influence what he does, starting here.
And I think that most of the players in the back, as we check this 1-2-1.
72.
Opportunity now for David Evans. Check out the 64. But he has been missing low. Double tops now. Want to take his time.
44.
Unlucky there. So Carl Wilkinson will come back for the 49. David Evans left on 20, having an opportunity on the double tops. He's got the 17. Loves the double 16, and he finds it easy as you like. The one thing, especially in this round, especially on a Friday, when it starts to get this,
Second against David to throw first.
it's kind of tight, and the movement is you can see the movement happen with every single game. Are you a player that looks at the log, or are you a player that just knows exactly what you need to do?
I can only talk from my own personal experience of playing here the once. I did not look at the table
85.
one time. Even when I went into my last game in Group B at the back end of 2022, I had no idea what I needed to do because every game I played, I wanted to win every leg.
43.
I would play and see how the chips fall. Turns out I needed to win that last game to get through, and I didn't. I'd rather be ignorant in that
100.
situation. But I look at someone like David Evans, for example. He wants to know everything. The black, the white, the grey areas. He wants to know
97.
everything. But here's the thing about the situation for Stretch. He already knows everything. He knows he's not going to make Champions Night.
99.
He could spoil somebody else's route there.
Could be a spoiler.
It's not going to be as good as his Group C from the last time he was in Champions Week in Series 10. It was Jensen Walker and Mervyn King who progressed on that occasion. Evans was third alongside Jared Cole.
100.
Reece Robinson was fifth. And Alex Small was in sixth. So they are going for Champions Night glory once again, Small and Evans. Evans is not going to make it again. Small is still in the running.
Go, you require 117.
Wilkie. Tops.
77. David, you require 71.
Could have been 2-0 up. That has been the dart that has plagued Dave all week. About 2 centimetres low.
$35.
Just a slight overcompensation there.
You require 40.
So it could be 2-0 after all.
Game shot on the
And
second
it is.
leg. Go, Wilkinson.
Yesterday I saw David Evans take his time. It just seems as though he's
Third leg, it's
set
goal
up to the
to throw
oki,
first.
the pull up on his setup, and then the pull back and the
Game
release.
on.
All of that was just almost a couple of split seconds quicker than it normally is. And when he does that, he has no control. For a person that has
96.
one of the greatest throws, I think, when it's all perfect, that release is just slightly too quick, and then he'll miss the opportunity of when it's on
96.
song, and it's just that slight, it's a split second with him. When he gets it all right, he is unstoppable.
I
98.
completely agree. I played against Dave many, many times during COVID when this project started, from people's bedrooms, garages, conservatories. At that time, he was the best player of anyone. Nobody
55.
was as good as Evans. But somewhere along the line, after the Challenge Tour in 2020, seems to have lost his way just a
28.
little bit. Lost a bit of that confidence. There is such a thing as looking too avidly for that confidence to get it back. You've got to build it by doing good things
40.
game by game, hour by hour, day by day.
I think it's not even that. It's literally just getting his throw right, and the throw that he currently has or that he's struggling with is just the pullback. It's just slightly a bit too short. And he normally goes slightly a bit deeper than that. So it means that the speed is wrong. And once he changes that, it will be fine. And I think that he knows he's battling in his mind because he doesn't know actually what is going wrong and why it is the way it is.
Do you know who's implemented something like that better than anybody, probably from the last 25 years, is Jermaine Watermina. He went away, he worked on his throw, and his drawback, he figured it out that it was too quick. And he lost his consistency. So he spent weeks and weeks and weeks slowing it down into a much better rhythm. And look at what he's done over the last couple of years.
65.
Okay.
David,
So Wilkinson
85.
is not going to leave himself on tops yet. Evans, however, is now looking at the button. Oh, it's a thing of beauty.
David Evans.
He looks positively surprised that he's taken that 85 on the ball.
Full flag, it's David to throw first. Game on.
I feel as though yesterday we saw something happen with David and it just clicked. And you almost want to just shake the TV. And I'm sure the monitor, and you've done that with me as well. Like, just pull it back
100.
slightly, Devon, or lift your dart up. And that's the struggle. I mean, from a analyst perspective, you can see everything. But from a player, you feel as though because your muscles has been in that position for such a long time, he probably practiced that bad habit into himself, and that is a serious low dart there.
92.
Out of sheer curiosity, I want to know why that's happening. I just want to know what the mechanical thing is that's going wrong.
30.
That's for another time. But the way he reacted to that bullseye on the 85, to give you some sort of Christmas analogy, it's as if he was expecting to get a lump of coal in his sock. He opens it up, and there's some sort of games console in there.
46.
And he's shocked to get it. Well, you shouldn't be shocked to take out 85, Dave, because you're a world-class player. At the minute, you're not doing it consistently. These dart players, they are their own biggest critics.
140.
Simply because when you're on that stage, you're not talking to anybody. You can't say anything was going wrong. You can't talk to your opponent. You can't scream. You can't shout. The only place that all of that noise is happening is between the ears. And here we go. Double tops now for the 2-all. Needs a double 10. Shifts to the right of the board. Finds the double 10. And this was a game he won yesterday. Could there be a bit of a repeat of history?
Game on.
Evans has been struggling with the temperature on stage over the last couple of days.
100.
Maybe just a sign of the pressure of Champions Week. Carl looks pretty comfortable. I think he's a little bit better at hiding his honest emotions
55.
in moments like this. Doesn't give a great deal away, does the man from Barnsley.
140.
Do you know what Barnsley's most famous for, Devon? And it's not Rod Studd. Because he's from just outside Barnsley. The Barnsley chop. It's a type of meat. The way it's tied. It's world famous.
100.
I get the feeling a man like Wilkie, a man of his ilk, he'll know what a Barnsley chop is.
He is a Barnsley chop. From Barnsley. Love it.
51.
Great
Have
time.
Is it good? Is the Barnsley chop good?
Oh, yeah. They've got to be tied right, and they've got to be cooked right.
99.
And at the minute, the only person doing the cooking on the stage is Wilkie.
Frustration for David Evans there. Shake of the head as he hits another low 5. Double 16 now for a 3-2. Does love that side of the board, but after 309, after 12 darts, David Evans only finds himself on 309. So this 16, Wilkie knows he's in a good position now. And the strategy you would have had, beat Dave Evans, and then beat Dave Pallet, and then open the door up for him to have an opportunity to return on Saturday. Finds the double 8. And he's one leg closer now.
Serenely going back to the table.
Sit play against David to throw first.
I think that's the classiest water's ever been drunk by someone from Barnsley. That was incredibly sophisticated. Like he'd ordered a very fine gin and tonic from the Groucho Club in London. It was very nice indeed.
100.
Is it because it's from Barnsley or just the way he drank the water?
It's just very, very sophisticated.
100.
Yeah, you wouldn't think that from Carl the Barnsley chop Wilkinson.
He's trying to give Evans the chop, that's for sure.
93.
He's only played one game today, and he beat Alex Small by 4 legs to 3. That, right now, looks like a massive victory. It'll look even bigger if he can win this game and the next. Yesterday, he started with 2 wins from 2. He was top of the table after 2 rounds. That's where things started to go wrong. He can't wilt
100.
today. He must keep himself up there. It's not a bad performance. 88 average. 42% on doubles. That's not bad. But he's not
59.
home and hosed yet.
Carl, you require 161.
And the pressure on Alex Small against Mambi next, if Wilkinson wins, will be monstrous.
82. David, you require
I think everybody felt the pain of that big five.
Dave Evans here for a skin saver. Looks like he's going to need twin savers. Carl Wilkinson now looking at that 79
91.
to close up
Carl, you require 79.
the gap.
This would be his biggest finish of the match. Double three.
73.
That was seriously close.
David requires 60.
Nice high single for Evans. That will suffice. Are we going the distance? Wilkinson thinks so.
50.
He may be wrong.
Oh, you require
Now, can Wilkie be
6.
aggressive on this double three? He was, and he reaps the benefits.
Carl Wilkinson.
That's a very, very good victory for Carl. 2 invaluable points. That means that he's only 2 behind Pallet, and he is his next person on the Oki. It will be after the next game, but as for this one, mission accomplished. David Evans stays in 6th, and Wilkinson is on the charge.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
requires
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth. It's Champions Week Friday here on Pluto TV. And before the break, we saw Carl Wilkinson get the better of David Evans by 4 legs to 2. Charlie Mambi beat Dean Finn in a superb game. Both players averaged over a ton, but it was Champagne that got over the line in a last leg decider. Was David Pallet beat Alex Small by the same scoreline. This is how the table looks. It's a table that's very much dominated by Charlie Mambi. 12 points to his name, 4 points ahead of his fellow Yorkshireman Carl Wilkinson going into the third round of fixtures for the day. He's not quite there yet in terms of qualifying, but he's very, very close. David Pallet, he's had a decent day. He's on to 10 points. Carl Wilkinson, the man making the moves thus far, on 8. Alex Small has lost ground on 6. And Dean Finn and David Evans, they are adrift with both on 4 and 2 points respectively. So, for Charlie Mambi, he is also close to qualification, gets the better of Alex Small. He'll move on to 14 points in the group, which would mean that he'd be so close to qualifying. Now, Carl Wilkinson can still make it to 14 points in the group, providing that he wins each of his remaining matches in this group. So it wouldn't quite be Champagne Super over for Charlie Mambi, but it would be so close that you could put the Champagne on ice, Laura Turner.
100.
Yeah, it's a really interesting round of 3, isn't it? We've got Mambi against Small. Both had days of very contrasting
75.
outcomes. Small probably left scratching his head because the heroics from Dave Pallet in their previous match, the 1-4-5 to
94.
deny a win for Alex Small when he was sat on a double. A couple of match starts went past him. But then coming up after this, it is Pallet against Wilkinson, and that to me could be a real defining match as we see this table really start to take shape.
Well, we really are now heading towards the exciting part of the week. Players are getting eliminated. Players are realising dreams. And tomorrow night, somebody will be crying under the confetti with a trophy in their hand. And for most players involved, the biggest check that they would have ever played for. For Charlie Mambi, 25k would be the biggest check that he's ever accrued.
45.
For the likes of Jensen Walker, it'd be a tie for the biggest paycheck they've ever accrued. Particularly for David Coulson, 25k would be as big as it's got. Well, this would be a big one. It's another big one, subjected to Small, because he lost the last game courtesy of a 1-4-5, and Charlie Mambi's opened up this one with a 1-5-2. Mambi goods!
Yeah, and it just feels like it could be one of those days for Alex Small. He came into the proceedings today. He was second on the table, but lost his first 2 matches, and on the wrong end of that 1-5-2 finish from a Charlie Mambi who looks absolutely inspired and is cantering towards top spot and a place in the finals.
Well, Alex Small must feel like he's been hit by a Mike Tyson right hook to the jaw right now.
59.
And you can just tell that that has somewhat subdued the usually so positive and enthusiastic Welshman.
Yeah, well, sometimes it's just quite difficult to recover, but
140. Charlie
a good effort, but needed 3 to get down to a finish. And Mambi 6 from 1-6-1. We've seen a 1-5-2. Didn't have to go for the 1-6-1, but tees up perfectly.
He's got levels, and he is going through those levels right here, right now. Averaged 104 in his previous game. 14 darts there to lead 2-0, averaging 103.66. And it would not be a surprise that when the bookmakers reconvene to put their odds up for tomorrow night's Champions Night, assuming that he's going to make it, as we all think he will, it would be a huge shock if he doesn't go off favourite to win this tournament.
96.
And to become the third player under the age of 21 to lift this trophy.
83.
Yeah, such is the talent of the young players we've got coming through, and Mambi back in the red bit and finds the first maximum for him.
70.
Alex Small's probably feeling as if he's just a participant on the
41.
Charlie Mambi show here at the Live Lounge.
Well, Group A was very much the Derek Coulson show, and Group C
85.
is shaping up to be the Charlie Mambi one.
And remember, he
81.
only is in this Champions Week as a bit of a stroke of good fortune. Yes, he played one in week 11, but he was given a second invitation to play in that particular week, having lost in the semi-finals of week 5 early on in this series. And he's looking at another ton plus check out here. He's looking at double 18, just moves on the inside. Small, he's going to get a look at the 83.
It's one dart, it's double 9, and it's the wrong side of the wire. It's the first shot that Smalls had at a double, and it goes by. This the Jeff Smith through and executed with perfection.
One other thing on course here, potentially Laura, quickest ever game, 5 minutes 31. Shane McGurk against Danny Van Tripe in Group C of the previous Champions Week. Charlie Mambi's 3-0 up in 4 minutes and 21 seconds. He's got a minute 10 to win this leg to break that particular record.
And with darts like that, that record is most definitely on the line. It's a max again for Mambi.
44.
If he hits it with a 9 darter, then the record will be shattered. But he's going to have to get a move. He's going to have to get his skates on.
82.
I think now, at 5:01, in terms of playing time, that record is off.
140.
Yeah, I agree. And Alex Small is fighting to stay in the encounter, but
45.
well, Charlie Mambi, after starting off with the 180, traveller's visit with the third.
100.
However, for Charlie, it was all about getting the job done, and he's done that in enigmatically emphatic fashion.
59. $100. Charlie require 130.
Well, Alec probably will be feeling like his namesake right now, because Charlie Mambi has reduced him to dust in this game, and he nearly dusted him up with a ton topper.
Alec require 88.
Should be at least one at the ball. Well, they found the treble is double 7. 88 is taken. Alex Small not going to make it easy for Charlie Mambi.
And it means we're not going to have a sub 6 minute game, which would have been the case if Mambi had come back to win it 4-0. But Alex Small, you've got to give a lot of credit there, because he's been beaten up by Mambi in this game. He's been hitting him with his left hook, his right hook. But even on the canvas, he's come back out swinging as the wild card.
They both play with such a pace. It really does suit each other. We saw some really big battles in Group A between Mambi and Tom Sykes. Again, another couple of players that do play
60
with speed and precision.
This is the type of game we all want to watch.
68.
It's the type of game that if you blink, you might actually miss it, because it has been that fast.
7 minutes of
60.
utter brilliance from this pair. Mambi, yes, okay, just coming off the pace a little bit, but it's felt like psychologically he did his damage rather early on in the contest. He kicked off with a 152. Is he going to end with a 144? Knows the answer, but he has got time on his side.
14.
Yeah, big slip though from Charlie Mambi. Just opens the door up slightly here for Small.
97.
And there's a big pick-off with that last dart.
Little fish to win it. Bullseye to win it. Not to be, and Alex Small could pop the champagne cork against Champagne himself.
69. Charlie require 25.
Double 8 for a 4-1 victory, and just the wrong side of the wire, and this is a real chance.
63.
Charlie Mambi may start getting embroiled with Alex Small if he can find 63.
27 scored, so double 18 left. Now double 14, unable to get. Mambi not looking and hoping that he's going to come back. That hope has sprung eternal. But this game isn't over. He's making a bit of a meal of this, Charlie Mambi. He should be off the stage, but it could be back up throw.
Double 7 not coming to the rescue of Alex Small on this occasion. More match-winning chances for Charlie Mambi.
Well, he was averaging around about 107 when 3-0 up in this game. He's dropped off the pace considerably, and now he's chasing the madhouse.
No score. Alec, you require 28.
Small's back for double 14.
Game shot on the
Small
fifth leg.
finds
Alex
double 14. Yeah, rather subdued walk to the hockey. Small scratching his head, wondering how he got away with having so many opportunities. Charlie Mambi, here you can see him at the back of the stage, slightly dejected
100.
because he was running away with it.
Mambi cracked on the madhouse, and he wasn't the only one.
100. $61.
Well, there's a fixture yesterday that did go the way of Charlie Mambi, as most of them did.
140.
But again, it's a test for Charlie Mambi just to see how he can bounce back from the disappointment of not getting across the line, because Small
180.
is really starting to find the big scores. That's the third maximum of the match for him.
And if he does lose this game, he does get pegged back into things.
140. Alec, 160.
Because Pallet and Wilkinson
92. Charlie
go head to head
121.
in the next game. Things may not be so comfortable if Mambi was to lose from this position, but he may win it here with the ball.
79.
Well, it's now
Alec, you require
becoming
68.
a multitude of match darts, Mr. Mambi.
It is indeed, and it's one in hand for Alex Small.
36.
Pulls it
Charlie
low.
require 42.
So this, to complete a 4-2 win, it's double 16 for the match. Alex Small has the towel in his hand. He's not going to throw it in. But he's going to have to shake the hand of his opponent, because eventually Charlie Mambi's got the job done. At one point, we were talking about record pace for a game. He won the first 3 legs in 4.5 minutes. He was made to labour towards it towards the end. But he manages to pull off a 4-2 win against Alex Small. He can almost touch and taste tomorrow night in Champagne. Next up, it's 2 and 3 going toe-to-toe as David Pallet takes on Carl Wilkinson. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Charlie Mambi is one step closer to becoming the second player to qualify for tomorrow's Champions Night. He got the better of Alex Small by 4 legs to 2 before the break, and if David Pallet beats Carl Wilkinson in this game 8 of our session, then the man from Huddersfield will be through, and his fellow Yorkshireman would find himself in an unpalatable position. As for David, well, he's just carried on, really. He's won 2 matches today. Played to the best that maybe we've come to expect of him, but that 1-4-5 checkout against Alex Small in his last game, with Alec having missed a couple of darts at double 16 to win the contest,
45.
That could well be the biggest moment of the week so far if he was to go on and qualify.
I agree. It was an absolutely exceptional shot under an immense amount of pressure, and it really did then see the table. It's thought Dave Pallet just able to stretch away from the rest of the pack. This a fixture that went the way of David Pallet yesterday. And that is something that he's going to hope happens again, because it's been mentioned by Devon, mentioned by Paul Nicholson, that in terms of the throat, you can see there's a great deal of mental strength that Dave Pallet's applying here.
100.
He's absolutely exercising everything he can. And one thing we know about David that we've seen on the TV over the years, and as we've kind of got to know David as an individual, is his dogged determination. And whatever is thrown at him, he finds a way of overcoming it.
100.
And you have to say, despite that little bit of staccato, just as it comes to the release, when he gets it, it's right almost every time. First maximum of the match,
84.
and it's no surprise it goes the way of Dave Pallet.
Looking at 118 to lead by a leg to 0. It's across for the 18s. Unable to get. So Wilkinson here looking to climb the ladder for a break of throw to get up and running. Treble leads tops. Just underneath. And so Pallet will get first poke to take leg 1. Wonder what he does here on the 60, because we have seen players go treble 12, double 12 if they've been scared about that first dart dropping low, but does persevere with the 20s.
50. Call you require.
Yeah, the other thing, when you go the treble 12 route, it can... 60 is sometimes difficult because that first dot goes in and it can act as a bit of a blocker. You can't see the full tops bed.
Well, effectively, whatever you do, if you do go that route, if that is your way of thinking, you're always going to have a clear target in theory to aim at. But Pallet, no mistake on the double 5 to take the opening leg.
It's Cole to throw first. Game on.
Should be mentioned as well, this was the time of day yesterday where Carl Wilkinson just began to run out of steam a little bit. It'd be interesting to see how he holds up today.
Yeah, it was mixed fortunes, wasn't it, for Carl Wilkinson?
$125.
Of course, you go right back to the very start of yesterday afternoon. It was Wilkinson who got the better of Charlie Mambi, the only player so far in the field to have done so.
And I can tell you that there was a little bit of Yorkshire banter between the pair about that.
There was indeed, yes.
Now, Carl Wilkinson came and approached me and wanted me to remind the viewers at home about the British Open, which we mentioned yesterday he won. Now, Charlie Mambi was one of the victims. And apparently, he has not stopped telling Charlie about that ever since.
That very much sounds like a Wilkie thing to do.
Well, apparently, he won the title. And Charlie had no idea what happened in the whole tournament. He went home, couldn't be bothered to find out what else was happening. Can understand that. And apparently, he only found out Carl Wilkinson had won the tournament because Carl Wilkinson had sent a FaceTime of him with the trophy in his hotel room.
But that's what you find with players. Honestly, the relationships, the banter, the fun that they all have together, it would all be done in good spirits. But that's not a good dart from Wilkinson.
25.
Oh, double 8 doesn't
David
go.
Maguire, 130.
So what does Pallet have in terms of the 138? He's already found the 145 today. And that was rather timely. Is he going to time another big one here? No is the answer. And so Wilkie will be back for double 8 to level up at 1 apiece.
Carl, you're requiring 16. No score.
Frustration from Carl
David requires
Wilkinson.
16.
Pulls it into the big 16 segment. Can't finish on a single number. Carl.
Game shot on the second left.
Well, you'd 8 to
David
be
Pallet.
Carl Wilkinson right now as David Pallet finds that target and leads 2-0.
Against David to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, whilst he put a bit of emphasis on Carl Wilkinson's previous game where it came through as a 4-2 victor over David Evans, this equally is just as important. Carl Wilkinson is needing perfection throughout the rest of the day.
58.
Has to get past the likes of David Pallet. He will also have Dean Finn. And in that final match, it's Charlie Mambi,
59.
which could offer all sorts of dynamics based on what we've just been talking about.
Yes, indeed. And Dean Finn, who, by the way, in his previous game
93.
averaged a ton against Charlie Mambi. So, not an easy game whatsoever. Not that there's going to be an easy game in a Champions Week.
99.
Champion number 12 will be crowned on Saturday evening. The two champions this year, Jensen Walker, still very much in the mix when it comes to tonight's action. And Jess Smith will, from tomorrow night, no longer be called the current Super Series champion. Like said, Luke Littler
97.
and Marvin Van Velzen have gone on to get tour cars. Darius Labanauskas will be on tour next year, although he's effectively been a tour card holder in 2025.
Yeah, and he faces the
140.
two-time series champion in Luke Littler in his opening match at the Ali Pallet.
We might as well just call it the undisputed match for the Super Series all-time
100.
belt.
David requiring 76.
I don't think it's going to sell.
I'm not quite sure it works, no.
No. But yes,
Game shot
yes,
on the
for
third
David
level.
Pallet, 14 data.
David Pallet.
And he's 3-0 to the good, averaging in excess of 92.
Full flag, it's Carl to throw first. Game on.
Just been all-round really measured performances from Dave Pallet. 4-2 win over Dean Finn in that opening match. Average a little bit off the pace for what we've seen from him, but backed it up with a 4-3 win in a real battle against Alex Small.
41.
Pallet a leg away. And for Carl Wilkinson as well, this could well spell the end of his season, because if he doesn't win Champions Week, he's got no leg side to look
81.
forward to, no ADC Global Championship to look forward to. So for a number of players, their 2025 campaigns will end in disappointment.
45.
Yeah, but Champions Week, it was never going to be. It's never going to be easy. It's not meant to be easy.
140.
And David Pallet really not making anything easy here for Carl Wilkinson.
Well, Charlie Mambi must feel as if he can reach
60.
out and touch Saturday night now. He's 239 points of David Pallet's away from qualifying through to Champions Night, and it would
60.
put David Pallet on the hill in terms of qualification, and it wouldn't quite put Carl Wilkinson into purgatory, it'd put him into tungsten hell.
96.
It's the worst place to be as a player, isn't it, when you're actually waiting or relying on other players within the group to do you a favour.
And as you say, the problem he's got is he's got two players at the end of the session who have so far today averaged in excess of a ton in Dean Finn and Charlie Mambi, but this would be some skin saver. And that really would have summed up the
120.
character of Carl Wilkinson if that went. But there's for Pallet
45.
for a win and to send Charlie Mambi through.
Double 14 for a 4-0 whitewash
70.
win.
Carl, you require 20.
Well, if Dave Pallet's to get across the line, he's going to have to wait. Wilkinson looking at double 10 just to save the match.
Yeah,
And there's
shot
no
a
mistake
full
this
there.
time
Carl
from
Wilkinson.
Carl Wilkinson. Two match starts come and gone for David Pallet.
Game.
Charlie Mambi, he'll be sat in that back room. He'll have to wait to see if his progression is secured. 100% into Saturday.
$58.
The lad from Uddersfield has been made to wait just that little bit longer.
140.
And the one thing we do know about a player like Carl Wilkinson, he will not fall on his sword. He will keep going. He will keep persevering. And he may look back at this match, and if it does go the way of David Pallet, there's been a few opportunities on the outer ring that he has spurned. He's 1 from 6 on the doubling.
99.
Could be a tough pill for the sword to swallow.
$100. $98.
Well, Wilkinson here, a little bit like we saw in the previous match from Alex Small against Charlie Mambi, found himself 3-0 behind, has
100.
rallied back.
Can't break 164.
Was a little bit too tall in order for Small in the previous game, but Wilkinson 6 starts on this 164 to reduce the gap back down to 3-2.
80.
Yeah, slip with the last. He should have been on something a little bit more manageable than 84. Yes, he will be back, but a couple of trebles here from Dave Pallet. He could be under a bit of pressure.
75. Goal, you require 84.
So this to reduce it back down to 3-2. Double 12. Now double 6. Doesn't go.
78.
Pallet won the last game for 145. He's going to win this one for 140.
Yeah, the doubling woes continue for Carl Wilkinson. Just the wrong side of the treble 18 wire,
48.
but double 3 is by far, it's not a given. It is not a double of choice, but
on the 5th leg, Carl Wilkinson.
it proves to be no issue for Carl Wilkinson.
So, break back in 16, back to 3-2, and all of a sudden we have a game on our hands because Carl Wilkinson's brought it back on throw and has an opportunity to take us to a decider, and the champagne may well be well and truly on ice.
96.
Yeah, Carl Wilkinson's most definitely found another gear towards the back end of the match. Dave Pallet, that consistent treble 20 finding. It's just gone awry.
In fact, the champagne's been on ice for so long, the ice has probably melted.
46.
And is Carl Wilkinson melting in the furnace heat? Because that's just opened up the door here for David Pallet. Opening taken, he's in charge of this leg against throw.
$60.
Back-to-back trebleless visits for Wilkinson. A real chance here for Dave Pallet just to stretch that lead.
$137.
Really good setup there to leave himself on 129 after 9. And his Wilkie's race beginning to be
59.
run here.
David, you require 129.
Charlie Mambi's 6 starts away potentially from qualifying. David Pallet has got 6 starts from here to win the contest. He's going to need the full quota.
81.
He opted to stay going for the treble 20 route. Sensible. Wilkinson way back at 240. Needs a treble to put any kind of pressure. It's a good pick-off, but it could all be academic.
Well, this is for the match. This is for a huge win for David Pallet to dent Carl Wilkinson's hopes of qualifying for champion tonight and to send Charlie Mambi through.
16.
But 2 darts had come and gone, and Wilkie, a couple of legs ago, was looking at 140 to save his skin. This time he really does need it.
He really does. He survived 4 match darts so far. Can he keep this match going? The answer is no, not on this visit.
100.
David,
He's done the
you
next best
require
thing in terms of
32.
setting up a Pallet for 4-2 win, double 16. One left.
No score.
Cannot get over the line, and Carl Wilkinson's been
require
given another
40.
reprieve. 5 darts missed.
Game's on the sick flag.
Yeah, 5 darts missed in that leg, and it's punished by Carl Wilkinson. We do go the distance.
7th fan final against David to throw first.
It's a valiant
Game
fight
on.
back from Carl Wilkinson. As you can see, Pallet raced into that 3-0 lead, which included a 14-dart leg, and he's been pegged back by Wilkinson.
$43. $100.
Last leg decider. Mambi, a leg away from making it through. Pallet would be very close to joining him in the
98.
Champions Night Club. It's a very exclusive club. You get a gold card for entering, apparently. Just ask Chris Mason, he's been there before.
Yeah, was that all the way back in Series 1?
First ever winner of a Week
6.
12 was Mace the Ace, beat Tony O'Shea in the final. And if it wasn't for the bull on a 1-3-2, which is completely
95.
obscured, the whole history of time in this space would have changed, because Conan Whitehead might have been eliminated. He might never have won the first Champions League. Chris Mason could have won the first Champions League. And we may have seen a renaissance in the
100.
career of Mace the Ace.
Oh, it's getting rather melodic there in your appraisal of where Mace may have been. Well, Carl Wilkinson now not only come from 3-0 behind, but very much in control of this deciding leg.
Wilkinson
95.
probably can't believe he's in the position he's in, because David Pallet looked so dominant when 3-0 up, but he's dug in. He's shown that Yorkshire grit.
52.
But a miss hit on the double 16 sees him now miss a match dart.
Yeah, we saw some heroics when Pallet got past Small, the 145. He's looking now to add the 103. Can't find that treble 18. So
95.
over to you, Carl Wilkinson.
Carl, you
Well,
require
this would be a
16.
comeback of the most epic proportions. The sword looked blunted midway through this match.
8.
And now the sword can't put Pallet to the sword.
David, you require.
And this would be picture perfect for Charlie Mambi. It'd be picture perfect for David Pallet, because this double forward sealed Champagne's place into Champions Night and just about put Pallet in control. It's there! Finally, it's there for David Pallet. My word, did he have to try for it? My word, does Carl Wilkinson cut a solemnous figure on the stage, because he knows that a big opportunity has come to pass. Charlie Mambi's the second player through the Champions Night, and it looks like David Pallet isn't too far away from joining him. A 4-3 win for DP means that he moves on to 12 points, 4 clear of Wilkinson. Mambi safely through. Next up, it's a meeting between David Evans and Dean Finn.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit!
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jürgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away
requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He kind of split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
Coverage of Champions Week here, and Group C has a name in gold, meaning that Charlie Mambi can put the court on it because he is into Champions Night with Derek Coulson. David Pallet will be his next opponent in the next game, and that could be the game where David Pallet has his name in gold as well. But before we get there, we are going to look at 2 players who are now officially eliminated in Evans and Finn. Dean in his first Champions Week. He knows his fate now. He's not going to be playing on Saturday. And David Evans for the 2nd time in 2025. He knows he's not going to be playing on Saturday again. So the pressure is lifted. And now it's about just trying to play a game of darts, get an extra 2 points, and to make yourself feel a little bit better than you have been the last couple of days.
Game on.
A long journey for these 2.
60. $81.
Dean Finn and David Evans. Seeing Charlie Mambi go through popping a mini bottle of champagne because he's done the first job. He's getting through to Saturday. Does he pop the big one?
100.
So what you're saying, Devon, is he can have a sip tonight, but tomorrow it could be the Magnum.
It's a Kobe Bryant saying, job's not done yet. Is it done?
100.
And I'm sure he wants to just continue the performance and not potentially slack now because he's got Dave Pallet next.
56.
Will be a battle for the top spot. That's going to be interesting.
It will be interesting because neither player has lost today. In direct
81.
contrast to that, Evans and Finn both haven't won today. But curiously, neither has Alex Small. The texture of today's play has been
85.
a great deal
David, you require
of people getting joy and the other half getting nothing. And then we have to have a fixture like this where something changes. Evans on tops.
100.
Never getting there.
Stretch could not stretch. It's been the story of his week so far, just underperforming. He'll say, honestly, as well, on what he's expecting. This double 10 should go. Finds it. It's funny though when you have nothing to play for and everything is relaxed, and then everything falls in place, and you almost feel as though, like you said, when you were playing, you were ignorant of the table. It was just complete, just making sure you win every game regardless of what happens. David Evans is an analytical player. He wants to know everything. So do you feel like that is what kind of choked his performance this week?
100.
Some players are really strong because they want to know everything. But for some players like Dave, I just get the feeling he might want too much information. There is a degree of ignorance is bliss in this sport. You've got to get lost in what you do.
99.
I mean that in the nicest possible sense. Because what you want to do is when you close the door to the venue here at the Modus Super Series in Portsmouth, as soon as that door slams behind you, the entire world doesn't exist for about 5 hours. You haven't got access to the outside world. You might as well get lost in what you do with your darts.
57.
And just accept what's about to happen. Now, obviously, the journey is going to lead to a return train ticket to Preston in the coming hours.
127.
But use what's happened this week and progress elsewhere as you see fit. And that leads me to my next question, because there are a lot of players at this level who will be thinking about qualifying school. We'll ask some questions about that next.
Game shot the second.
In fact, let's ask them now.
Dean Finn.
Should David Evans go to Q School?
Third leg against David to throw first.
Same question
Game on.
for that man right there, Dean Finn.
I think the level they play at, you know, the Q School being a week, 3 days, they'll both be in that
100.
first, obviously that first category. And anything can happen. When you're playing at the Modus Super Series, it's different pressure, different stress. But when you're playing Q School, it's a whole different pressure and a different stress. So I would not want to be too critical with, all David will need to do is a small throw adjustment, and he'll find himself all in the 180 box.
140.
And Dean Finn, unfortunately, the finishing is what kind of knocked him off. And I think playing in Champions Week,
96.
a month before the Q School event happens, gives them a lot of time to kind of correct. And we spoke about it yesterday, how long it takes to kind of get something from a conscious mind to subconscious mind. So they have the time to actually go back, and whether they're going to invest time in their game, that will be determined by them. And if they go on this performance, then you'd go, maybe it's not a good idea to go to Q School. But a lot of them, this is probably not their best game that they're showing now, because there's nothing to play for and all of those things.
I think my biggest piece of advice to anybody who's going to Q School is go for the right reasons. Don't
99.
go just because someone you know is going.
170.
Go because it fits your life and your career path. Now, obviously, Finn has won recently. Maybe that
96.
is enough to convince him to go to Q
David, you
School.
require 108.
Evans is somewhat expected to go because of his standing in the sport. But he's not going to go to double 16 at this visit.
56.
Dean Finn might.
Requires 74.
Double top is left for a 2-1 lead and a breaker throw.
34. David, you require 52.
It's nice and high. David Evans, yeah. That has been the shot all week. Now he needs double tops. Should have had 2 at the double. Needs 1. Does not land, but this time slightly better because it's not under the target, which means that he left it slightly a bit earlier.
I don't know why he was going for the treble, if indeed he was. Well, that's covered. Bend it like Finn.
Game shot on the third.
Oh, Roy Keane would be proud of that one.
Dean Finn.
Extraordinary dart. I think he enjoyed it as well. Why
Dean
not?
to throw first. Game on.
Such a happy character as well, and I've spent at exhibitions a few evenings with Dean, and
45.
it's just so simple, just loves the game, and also just plays down his ability as well. I think it's all a mask. He knows how good he is, and that's the reason why he won.
I like a dart player that doesn't understand how good they are. It means that we've got the responsibility to tell them how good
49.
they are. They don't hand out weekly titles on London Road in Portsmouth. You have to come here and earn one. So that's giving Dean the best compliment we can give him.
60.
And even though Evans is leaving us at the end of the day, he's won 2 this year. He's won 2 weeks this year. I'm going to say that one more time. He's won 2 weeks this year. And even though he's not making a Champions Night for the second time, be proud of what you have achieved, not what you didn't get to.
125.
It's maybe a good time to actually say this now, is that David Evans had a medical procedure whilst being at the Modus Super Series, which has obviously hindered his performance. Obviously something not extremely serious. But when your body is not fully fit, you know that it's hard to compete, and especially in a Champions Week where the margins are smaller and all of the rest.
Standing in a darts position is not a natural thing, and when you do it for years and years and years,
60. David, you require
it can have an adverse effect.
116.
So you have to do the right things to keep yourself in top shape. And every now and again, something gets in the way. The one thing you have to do is get it fixed pronto. Don't
92.
let anything get worse. I've seen it from some other players in the past. Oh, it'll be fine. I'll get it done at the end of the season. Yeah, and then people
81.
have big setbacks.
David, you require 24.
24 for David now.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Good leg there.
David
He can
Evans.
take that out. Take some positivity away from that leg. 16 visits.
Fifth leg, it's David to throw first.
16 dart visit there, and I feel as though he's just looking for something positive. Because his first dart he's been a first dart merchant for the
45.
longest period. But that first dart there, low into the 5. If you're pulling low and you have a David throw, is that because it's
69.
predominantly laterally shoulder and then to the right movement? And because he's that far over to the right anyways?
I've been trying to diagnose this all week. I think it's something we can't see on a camera.
100.
Because from our vantage point, it doesn't look that bad. But what a dart player feels is 10 times
120.
worse than what we see. That is just the way it works. So you might look at the throw of Evans now compared to maybe 3 years ago, and it looks identical.
60.
But to him, it feels like night and day. When you're working with a dart player, it's all about them communicating to you how they feel, and then coupling that with what you can see and coming up with a plan.
180.
Now, obviously, the confidence has been shaken for Evans this week. But there have been flashes He's the only person who's beaten Derek Coulson, for crying out loud.
140. They never require 132.
That will give you insight. And like you say, when you go to a doctor, you have to
56.
tell him what's wrong so that he can
Maybe they
prescribe
require
medication.
156.
You don't just walk into a doctor's and says, fix me.
Correct. Well, there it is again. Tell us, Dave, what's happening as to why that is occurring?
82. Then you
Is it a
require
grip thing?
76.
Is it tension in the shoulder? He'd have to tell us first. Because we can't go down to the stage and ask him. And there you
Game
have
on
it.
the fifth leg.
Dean Finn doing something rather unconventional. But is going
Superb
3-2 up,
Dean
and
to
David
throw
Evans
first.
can't look.
Game on.
I think if there was a speech bubble coming from Stretch right now, it would be something along the lines of, "Ooh, you pesky little so-and-so."
140.
Use the word pesky. Don't think that's in Dave Evans' vocab.
83.
I'm sure there are plenty of words in the Lancastrian dialect that would be akin to pesky. Now,
140.
Finn's played better in Group C than Group A this week. If anything, Evans has just had a little bit of a tumultuous nature in Group C, just like Group A, but he hasn't had those big flashes.
125.
I wonder how many times he's hit that same area of the board.
43.
Some dart players can get stuck in a rut of doing the same thing week in, week
99.
out, year in, year out, and they wonder why things are going poorly. You mentioned going to the doctor, Devon. Every now and again,
50.
a dart player needs a check-up. They need to look at where they stand, how they stand. Most dart players tend to focus on the upper body when in fact they neglect the lower body.
162.
Okay. Well, where's that come from?
Dean Finn looked for an opportunity there for the bullseye, but that was
92.
on the head of a needle. That.
David, you require
What a dart that
32.
was! Off the post! Now, what does Evans do here? Oh, that's
Game on the
incredible.
sixth
What a
leg.
dart.
David Evans.
He can probably see 1/3 of that 32 bed. He's found it wonderfully.
7th and final leg. It's David to throw first. Game on.
It's Arnie and DeVito. But David Evans, there's some little elements of positivity, and that's what I'm saying. Like, for him to go to Q School, winning 2 games, 2 series events this year, or 2 weeks, and just the way in which he plays as well, you just know it's a minor,
60.
kind of just a little tinkling that he does. The one thing that I did notice, shoes. He's not got the dancers on today.
Interesting.
45.
And you do know that footwear plays a big role because
59.
that is what you're comfortable with all the time.
By the way, as you can see, he is wearing something a lot more comfortable today. But have you seen Andrew Gilding's new boots? He looks like he's a member of the Bay City Rollers.
94.
That is not new boots. He used to wear them all the time with a little, with a tracksuit.
These things are like
high ones,
platform boots. They are something else.
And he never used to wear black pants. It always used to be like a loose tracksuit one. It was
40.
It's a different style, if I must call it that.
The right word for the correct footwear in darts is they have to be functional.
121.
Not everybody should wear the sneaker style trainer because actually they're not designed for that. They're designed for springiness. Because it's for an active sport. You need stability and comfort on the hockey.
Got a shoe for you. It's called Triple 20. Best shoe in the business. The runner shoes are designed to move forward, while Triple 20 is flat surface. So the foundation is always solid and it's comfortable.
Well, Evans is in position to get his first win of the day.
42.
The only one that he got yesterday
He requires 76.
was early on. Beautiful dart. 88. He's got time on his side.
68.
That's a good job he has.
David Evans beat in Wilkie yesterday for his only victory. Could beat Finn now, unless Finn puts him under some pressure.
100.
That's okay.
David, you require.
You do know David has a tendency to release late and drop, but this feels like it's going to go straight in.
3 missed darts for the match. But not a fourth. And Evans is off the mark for the day in the battle of two players who haven't had a great deal of joy today. They've still got a couple of games to go, but they know exactly where they're going at the end of the day. These are the stats from the game. Evans with a very tidy 87-ish average. Doubles are okay. Only the 180 from Finn, but it's a 4-3 win for Evans.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow!
Welcome to the latest episode of Murph Meets, and there are no prizes for guessing who we have come to meet today. He built his own house in the shape of a dart flight. He's got his own lakes and he's got his own hall. It is the one, the only, the king of bling, the Bobby Dazzler. We're going to go into George Hall, and me, Murph, is going to meet Bobby George. Oh.
Put the handbrake on, son.
Hello, Bobby.
All right.
How are you?
Still here.
How long have you had this place for?
I've had it for 34 years.
And you built it?
Yeah. A lot of work.
Yeah, can you imagine?
When I look round, I think, how did I ever do it? And John Lowe signed it. Ollie Croft signed it. All the officials, Freddie Williams. When he died, his wife, Sue, she said he would want you to have it.
Does John Lowe know you've got it?
I think he knows that you've got it. See that?
Yeah.
How much that worth it?
Real darting history, yeah. And
That is, isn't it?
Yeah.
That one off, isn't it?
Incredible, incredible.
We want the best players in the area. Malcolm said, look, he can throw darts. He can't count. Oh, he can't count. He said, call a game. I said, no, I can't. He said, but he can throw them. The next Wednesday, they had the Super League playoffs. I won it.
That razzmatazz, the gold. You're not wearing any gold today, by the way.
Well, I'm Robert Jules today.
Okay.
Christopher. When I'm home, I don't wear me gold and anything. I don't. I can go to Tesco's, you know, and they say, where's your golden cloak? They think I'm Superman. I said, well, I don't have walk around with a cloak on. Like Bill Bills to the cameraman, he was talking to me about it, and we come up with the thing, with some music. You know, when you have a walk on, it took off like you wouldn't believe. It was Eric Bristow, Bobby George, Eric Bristow, Bobby. They was all singing.
So let's clear this up properly. Did you get to a World Championship final with a broken back?
That is the question that everybody wants the answer to. And after the live darts this afternoon, Murph meets Bobby George, and you don't want to miss that. It is coming up after game 15 and a little bit of fat chewing at the end of the show when we've put 2 more names into the Champions Week hat for Champions Night, of course. As for what we've got in the last couple of rounds, well, you got Pallet against Mambi coming up. What's not to like? But Evans has got his first win of the day. Pallet got a very hard-fought win against Carl Wilkinson, which has put him in massive jeopardy, and Alex Small losing to Charlie Mambi as well. Mambi's already through, as you can see, with his name at the top of the table on 14 points. David Pallet will join him on 14 points and join him in Saturday night if he can get the better of the top place player in the first game of the penultimate round here on Friday. So without further ado, this is a top of the table clash. It's a bit like having Arsenal versus, well, Bournemouth at the minute. I'd like to say Liverpool, but unfortunately they're not at the top of the table. Let's just say it's Mambi versus Pallet. That way we're not going to have any Liverpool fans atting us.
Please at him. He's at Paul Nicholson or at the Acid. Please litter his
First leg
Twitter
against David to throw first.
with nonsense.
Well, let's face facts, Devon. Dave Pallet has done an incredible job to put himself in the position he's in.
57.
All joking aside, Charlie has been the best player in this group
100.
by a bit of a distance. It's not guaranteed he's going to win the group yet. But this could all be done with 5 games to go if Pallet can be the second player to beat Charlie in this group. He hasn't lost in a while.
58.
Yesterday, this game delivered the magnificent 15 game, and Charlie Mambi stealing it at the end.
100.
16 darter. you're almost hoping for a repeat of that.
100.
And it would mean that Dave Pallet throws a 180 now, or 140, and then checks out.
Yeah, 615 daughters out of 7 legs. 5 ton plus checkouts. You don't see a game like that every day.
180.
That's how you can change a leg, though, with a 180 approach to a 2-darter.
$66. Charlie McCoy, 63.
Charlie Mambi now could keep the consistency. Ooh, it's not too bad.
That is your classic. I'm going to ask the ref because I haven't got a clue.
26
50.
was the last, yeah.
David McCoy, 118.
This could be a little stealer, couldn't it? A little naughty one, yeah.
Oh, it's the naughty way for 118. It's a dart of the bull.
Ooh,
93.
That would have been classic Pallet.
Just what he's been doing today as well. Mambi will need us to land.
9.
And that's how simple it can be.
25.
Throws 14, everything's okay. Double 14, brain capitulates, Pallet steals, Pallet leaves 1-0.
9. Charlie
This
McCoy,
time
4. Game shot on the first leg.
Could have been
Charlie
1-0
Man.
Pallet. Is 1-0 Mambi with a break of throw. Breaks in 19
Second leg,
darts.
it's
The worst
Charlie
leg
to
they've
throw
played
first.
against each other this week.
$85.
Now that we have 2 players into Champions Night, and Derek Coulson will be fresh and ready, Mambi will be there after playing 5 days.
58.
Is it too close to call between those two at this stage?
I always feel like the player winning
40.
the first 3 days, there's a slight bit of...
That was a bounce out and a half, wasn't it? Well, I think Owen Binks has been doing his matrix tricks to get rid of that one.
But like you were saying about...
140.
I always feel like the player that wins the 3 days, the Monday to Wednesday, right? Group A.
99.
Slight disadvantage though, because most of these players playing 5. So if there's anything that you're trying to fix, you can fix it. Not that if you, I mean, the way in which Derek Coulson is playing, he's not going to need to fix
100.
anything. He just wants to tick over. I feel as though just that bit of game exposure on the stage as Mambi
180.
gets a second maximum for this matchup and puts it on 97. He was on a 15-darter before this. The leg before this had a bit of a slip into the double 14.
$81.
Very, very
David
interesting
McCoy,
indeed.
69.
Sitting on a double after 15. Might lose the leg.
63.
But is given
Charlie
another
McCoy,
look
16.
to take a 2-0 lead.
Game
And
shot
that's
on the
his.
second leg.
And just to
Charlie
give you
Mambi.
some sort of indication as to how Mambi has improved
Third leg, it's
today.
David to throw first.
Yesterday he had 8
Game on.
180s. Today he's already got 8 with a game and a half left.
$60.
I just feel as though the Modus Super Series and everything structured now gives all the young players and the
96.
up-and-coming talents an opportunity to mature, whereas before, when you were a grasshopper,
100.
it was merely you get to the PDC stage and you sink or swim.
125.
Yeah, a bit like Joe Cullen. You were in a position to do it. You did it. If it didn't happen, you go back to work.
58.
There was a time when Joe Cullen was a postman. It worked out pretty well. But you look at someone like Mambi, also from Joe's
140.
area. The climate is very different now. He can go here. He can go there. he can get in the World
37.
Championship
Charlie
via
require
the
140.
development tour. It's a very, very different school these days, where you can get experience fast-tracked.
And we've seen here that predominantly after 12,
94.
Mambi's either on a
Require
2-darter or a single. Needs a double 20
Gage
now,
on the
finds
third
it,
leg. Charlie
rushes to a 2-3-0 lead now. Dave
Well, then
Pallet
it's Charlie to throw
will
first.
know that it is in a spot of bother.
Game on.
Mambi's already through, but this was a tungsten tussle for the top.
This is Yorkshire helping Yorkshire. Mambi winning by this margin and possibly winning 4-0, 4-1 would be good for Wilkinson because he's still in.
60.
But he would need to beat Dean Finn at the end of the round. Wilkinson has Mambi in his last game.
35.
And then Pallet would have to lose against Evans before that happens. We're at the stage
100.
where Wilkinson needs to do everything right when he's on the hockey, and he needs things to happen when he's off it.
84.
He needs the perfect storm. He needs 4 games to go all the right way for him.
81.
Or Dave Pallet just beats Mambi from 3-0 down and none of that happens.
100.
Not looking very likely at this stage. Merciless Mambi. A somewhat mundane 92 average, making it look simple. 78 left. Double 18.
51.
I think we're starting to see a bit of a pattern with this double 18 leaving. Needs this treble 20.
40.
And this may be going to the last round for Pallet. Then again, press pause on that.
You did say it was unlikely midway through this game. Dave Pallet will have one dart to save himself. Finds that one dart, and that is 3-1 now. Mambi had an opportunity, or a couple of opportunities, to put this game to bed and give Carl Wilkinson an opportunity to fight and fend for himself. But Dave Pallet is writing his own script here.
58.
Before we have this result, there's a 7-leg gap in the leg difference column between Pallet and Wilkinson.
100.
Not necessarily a big deal coming into this game, but the wider margin, if
58.
Mambi were to win, that would definitely help Wilkinson because it would reduce Pallet's number. 4-1 for Mambi would take Pallet to +5. Wilkinson would be within 4 legs. However, he's still 4 points adrift.
35.
That's why he's got to get this perfect storm. Everything needs to go his way.
43.
And that's a good thing, though. If you know, like you said, you knew that I need to win every leg and do what I need to do, and that's it. Whatever happens elsewhere, I mean, you can sit at the back and pray to the TV and hope that the player that you need to do something does something.
99.
It's not like dart players walk into a match and think, I've got to try and win this one 4-2.
83.
This is the one thing that every dart player has in common across the world. When they enter a match, they are looking to win every leg.
98.
In best of 7, if you play 5 times a day, the attitude's the same at the start. When the referee says game on, I want to win the first leg, and then I want to win the leg after that.
116.
If Mambi wins this leg, Pallet will become a very big Dean Finn fan.
80. David require 82.
Looking to leave the bull at the end. which he does.
57.
The weight of
Charlie
dart
requires
was
36.
perfect. It was a centimetre too much to the left. And that one, it was to the left, but it was in. We've just learned that Charlie Mambi has won the group. And what a great confidence boost that is for him going into Champions Night. As for David Pallet getting to Champions Night, press pause on that for now, because when we come back, it's going to be Small against Evans.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gave wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate.
So here we go then. Before the break, we saw Charlie Mambi win Group C here
First leg,
at
it's
Champions
Alex
Week,
to throw
courtesy
Game
of a 4-1 win over David Pallet. Game number 11 of our day is a meeting between Alex Small and
140.
David Evans. For these two players, Champions Week has come to a close. They'll fulfill a couple more fixtures before then finishing up their quota. David
100.
Pallet's hopes of making it through has been dealt a blow. He will now have to hope that he gets the better of Dean Finn, and he'll then have to get the better of Charlie Mambi in the last, and then hope that David Evans can do him a favour.
11.
David Pallet. But in terms of this game, it's two players that are just going to leave it all out there, aren't they? And with
130.
shots like that, Alex Moore may be in a bit of a mood to go out and enjoy himself.
Yeah, I genuinely think for Alex Small, it was a day that was filled with so much potential and hope, and it hadn't done a great deal wrong yet. There were some issues when it came to the consistency and the double hitting, but he was absolutely stunned at times by big finishes happening against him.
91.
Well, leaves himself on tops after 12, and you felt like in his previous game against Charlie Mambi, he was stung by that big 1-5-2 finish early on. He threatened a mini revival once 3-0 down in the contest, but Mambi, in the end, seemingly had a bit too much. But that's a 13 darter for Alex Small to get himself up and running.
Second leg against David.
Yeah, and a shake of the head there from Small, because it's he's resigned to the fact that he's not going to make it through at this stage. So to produce a 13 darter, but possibly the best that we've seen from him in terms of speed of leg, to get it at a point where there's no return, it will be a source of frustration.
55.
And I just wonder, David Evans will feel like this Champions Week is a opportunity missed, because he narrowly missed out on Group B on Wednesday afternoon. He had 16 points in that particular group. And it's fair to say that in this Group C, he's just not been able to get started whatsoever.
No, I agree. I'm not quite sure where it's all kind of just fallen apart slightly for Dave Evans, because, as you say, we saw some big performances. Yes, every session in Group A, he was slow to get off the mark. He never won an opening match, but he managed to recover every single time. And he only missed out on Group B, as you mentioned, by leg difference.
56.
It was very tight at the midpoint in that table.
Do you fancy going fishing, Laura?
But that has been a consistent problem in Group C for David Evans.
56.
That low dart. I'm sure David would have loved to have signed off with a bit of a big fish.
100. David, you require 140.
Tops.
Game shown the second leg.
Magnificent.
David Evans. Third leg against Alex Tetro first. Game on.
And you sometimes find it with players that have been struggling in a session or been struggling even in a group, that once they've got to the point where nothing more can be done, we see some of their best stuff.
100.
There's a certain irony to it, but when the pressure's off, some players just it allows them to play some of their best, whereas other players, they seem to thrive under pressure.
Well, we are back for another session tonight from 10 o'clock here 59. On Pluto TV, where Group B will come to its culmination. We'll find out the final 3 players to make it through to Champions Night. In fact, there will only be 2 of the 6 Group A combatants that will be playing at Champions Night tomorrow, because Charlie Mambi's made his way through, Derek Coulson has, but we're not going to see David Evans, Dean Finn, and the 2 players outside the qualifying spots in Group B, Keegan Brown and Tom Sykes, who dropped from Group A.
Yeah, and I think that will come as a bit of a shock to a lot of people. We saw some really good stuff from all the players in Group A, but this is Champions Week, and the incoming players have all had a point to prove as well.
40.
Well, this has been a decent contest up to press. 13 darter in the first, followed by a 1-1-4 finish in the second, and a 13 darter of David Evans to break in leg 3 to lead this particular contest by 2 legs to 1.
Yeah, well, there's still a few more points to be played for. There could still be some slight shuffling when it comes to the order. And obviously where the players, where they finish in the table, that can denote a little bit of extra prize money as well. Plus there's prizes, so there's pride to be played for. There's still a few points to be hoovered up.
$57. $43.
Well, for Evans, the best case scenario for him is to be a sitting duck in this group.
125.
And if he hits a 140 there, he would have had a quack at 164.
140. $99.
It's a big last start from Dave Evans.
84.
Back for 80. Stretches lead to go within one of a second win. Day 2 of Group C. 5-5, and he will have to go for it. And
No
again,
score.
it's that low left dart that's been problematic for Dave Evans.
It's almost like saying he cut out today, which was a real big problem yesterday,
56.
but it's come at the worst possible
David,
time, and now he's got to have to go all the way back to the start. He may only get one dart after all this. Well, he finds the treble once again. Can he get better joy in double 10? Fives.
75.
Pretty much a case of eat, sleep, darts,
Make it
repeat,
require
because
78.
again, it went low on the 5-5.
Double 12 for Small to level up at 2-2.
Game shot
Level up he does. And I can imagine part of the problem as well for David Evans as he looks to chuck the darts on the ceiling like Jeff Smith did.
To throw first.
I can imagine he was thinking darts Javu. When that first dart went in the treble again on the 80 combination, he's thinking, don't do what I did again. And it was almost
100.
throwing those two darts rather defensively as a consequence.
Yeah, and you have to go aggressive. You've got 2 darts in hand at double 10, but the one thing is players, in the back of your mind, you're going, if you're going to miss on the outside, you want to come back for double 10 once again.
140. $100.
Well, this game won't affect who's going to make it through to Champions Night. The next one will. Carl Wilkinson against Dean Finn. Charlie Mambi already through, the 20-year-old from Huddersfield.
45.
And what's it they say in that song? You're not 19 forever. And it's fair to say he's pulled himself together following that disastrous Wednesday
41.
campaign in Group A.
Yeah, when you do suffer that kind of disappointment, and it's something that he probably hasn't experienced too many times here at the Live Lounge. The question was, can he bounce back from that? And very much like Derek Coulson in Group A, it's Charlie Mambi that's been the complete dominant force in Group C.
I know Derek will say, well, I've got no case for the defence here because I've not played for a couple of days. But the way Charlie's acquitted himself in this group, does he make a case to go off favourite tomorrow night?
164.
Yeah, potential. And you could also probably bring the likes of Jensen Walker into that conversation. And there's a massive 164 and an ironic kind of thumbs up from Alex Small. And I think that's probably a case of everything coming together at a point where I'm not saying it obviously every match means something, but it's not going to mean a place going through into Saturday's finals.
A big E for Small.
45. $60.
Well, not to get all Orwellian on everybody here, but
100.
all games are equal, but there's just some games that are more equal than others. And for Alex Small, I suppose that
27.
That feeling of his Champions League campaign coming to an end, he knows that his race is run for another campaign here. And he's just trying to go out there and showcase himself the best he possibly can. And the arms maybe just a little bit more loose now for both players. And so maybe we'll see some decent stuff from the pair. Trying to end on a bit of a high here at Champions Week 12. Evans, by the way, was 2-1 up in this contest, playing superbly. Now finding himself chasing, but in a position to take us all the way to a last leg decider.
60.
Yeah, he's still playing well. It's just Alex Small that had a couple of well-timed big shots.
David, you require 161.
So 161 for Evans to level this game and to take us to a last leg decider. Not to be, but he has got plenty of time on side.
91. $42. David, you require 70.
Small not able to find anything in response. It looks like we're going the way of a last leg decider, but again, that low slip from Dave Evans has to burn a dart. It's double 8 to level us up at 3 apiece, and we do go the distance.
Levels you devils.
7th and final against Alex to throw first. Game on.
In a match that can only be described in the history books as another game of darts.
60.
After this, 4 more games to see off the Group C session. Wilkinson takes on Finn. Evans will be back up here taking on Dave
60.
Pallet. Mambi, our Group C winner, takes on Carl Wilkinson. And to finish it off, Finn will take on Alex
60.
Small. So still a few more points up for grabs. And still that decision of who will be going through to finals night alongside Charlie Mambi.
Well, this is more like it, Dave.
125.
Alex Small just
100.
looks like a man that's been flattened, doesn't he? Emotionally at the minute, and you can just tell. And playing in this is kind of his basis for darts these days, the Super Series, and I know how much winning here means to him. And so I can imagine the way that this Champions Week's gone, the feeling of being on the wrong end of it is probably feeling 10 times worse as the actual victories have been for him in recent times.
Yeah, I agree. And you only have to look at the fact that our last series champion, Jeff Smith, couldn't actually make it through to try and defend that title. I think that's just indicative of the fact it's difficult just to make it through
60.
to here. You don't know when you're going to have the opportunity to come back to a Champions Week.
Yeah, Jeff Smith beaten in a weekly final by Jamie Owens, who we're going to see
David, you
later
require
on tonight. But this, to win it for Evans, 156 on the table. And still on the table. But just the wrong side.
Yeah, and you saw Alex Small in the background just nodding his head because he's been on the back end of so many big finishes today. He thought that was going to be inevitable, but cannot repeat the heroics of earlier on in the match and find a second 164.
So this to complete a 4-3 win, double 18 required for David Evans. Thought it was in. Get back, Dave, now! Get back, Dave! Get in!
Game shot,
and it is a win
for
David Evans against Alex Small by 4 legs to 3. An average in the end in excess of 90 for stretch. He had the 114 checkout, and he has something to smile about on this Friday at the Live Lab. Next up, it's Carl Wilkinson against Dean Finn. Game 12 is a meeting between Carl Wilkinson and Dean Finn, and this one has huge ramifications in the race for Champions Night tomorrow evening. Carl Wilkinson will keep his hopes of making it there alive with a win over Dean, but if it is a win for the Irishman, then it will be the Finn of his hopes of making it into the big one, and it would be Mambi and Pallet that would join Derek Coulson into tomorrow evening's finale at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
Yeah, and Finn has been threatening, hasn't picked up a win, but has definitely found his scoring boots today. Just been unlucky not to get across the line. Wilkinson, again, it's been a bit of a day of mixed fortunes.
136.
And he could have done himself a lot of favours in his last outing. He lost 4 legs to 3 to Dave Pallet. He survived at 1.7 match darts, had 4 of his own before Pallet did eventually get across the line. He battled from 3-0 down to give himself the chance and just fluffed his lines towards the tail end of the match.
Yeah, it's been a better day for Dean Finn without really getting the results. Average 100.95 and a 4-3 defeat to Charles Mambi. Piling in another max. That number 7 of the day for the Irishman so far. And it leaves him on a finish after 9. Break the throw of Wilkie right from the get-go.
And we know he's got these big kind of finishes in his locker. We'll have to settle for setting up, and another player that's opted to attempt the treble 12 off the 60.
Well, Wilkie unsuccessful with the 1-2-7 attempt, and so Finn does have a bona fide break opportunity here. Tops.
Game shot
14 darter, break of throw. Really good start for Dean Finn.
Second leg, it's Dean to throw first. Game on.
Dean Finn will see out the Group C action in a lineup against Alex Small. Very last match of this session.
60.
And he's looking to finish with a couple of wins under his belt. He could still play the part of spoiler here for Wilkinson, but it will be elation to the ears of David Pallet, who's probably looking on in the back room.
What do you think Dean Finn will take, though, from this week as an experience? Because this is all pretty new to him, really.
Yeah.
28.
I guess because he's obviously come in, he's won week 12. He hasn't picked up a title before. Probably wasn't thinking as far ahead as Champions Week. So bit of a bonus to the fact that he's here with such a short turnaround. But I also think that that's been some of the problem. He only had that one day, that Sunday, which also happened to be his birthday. Had to do quite a bit of planning in terms of getting the time off work for a second consecutive week. So it's probably just been a bit of a whirlwind. But there is a lot to take from the levels and the performances. It's definitely a platform that he'll want to build on and perhaps come back to another Champions Week in the future. Maybe be a little bit more prepared for what might happen.
Yeah, he's not going to join the list of Week 12 winners to go deep at a Champions Week. We've seen a winner in Scott Taylor win from Week 12. We've seen Cam Crabtree lose the final from Week 12 in the past.
83.
Chris Mason also got through to a Champions Night from Week 12. Derek Coulson in a Week 12 as well, making it through to a Champions Night. But Charlie Mambi winning Week 11. And actually, if you look at the way the series has gone so far, the players are having the most joy. Players are winning weeks later on
100.
in the series. Mambi winning Week 11, Coulson winning Week 9. The players at the latter end of the order are the ones so far that are having the most joy.
98. Carl, you require 180.
He needs to stay up there. Double 19 for a 118, and he hasn't quite got Finn's number.
He requires 76.
76 a Finn for 2-0. 2 darts in hand, double 12. Sorry, double 14, now double 7. I'm glad he knew what he was looking at and aiming at.
Oh, you require 38.
You get to a certain point in the week and all the numbers just jumble together. is that awkward.
Game shot the second.
Great last start, finds a way over those other two.
Well, Wilkinson breaks
Still
back.
Cole to throw first.
The sword's still in the fight. Well, they say that the pen is mightier than the
100.
sword, don't they, in common language? But it looks like it's going to be the pallet that's going to be mightier than the sword if Wilkinson loses this match. I'll be halfway towards painting the picture of Champions Night tomorrow if Dean Finn can win this particular contest.
Yeah, so far this match been a bit of a breakathon. Finn looking to do the same.
I'll just see and know where Dean Finn will be in about 12 months' time because, as you say, there's a player of real innate ability there. I just wonder what the next step in terms of his development to this kind of level is going to be.
Yeah, I know he's a player that represented Ireland, does that with real pride, and I think that's an area that he would like to continue. He mentioned obviously in Korea things just didn't quite go to plan for Team Ireland, didn't go to plan for himself, and he just took so much from just picking up that weekly title, which is why we saw so much emotion up on the stage 41. On Saturday.
If you've learned one thing about international darts, players from Ireland that play for Team Ireland certainly play with the heart on their sleeves. Potential 11 darter. That is an 11 darter. That's a breaker throw for Dean Finn to lead this game 2-1.
Fourth player against Dean to throw first. Game on.
And it is the man from Ireland who is in charge of this contest. 2 away from sending David Pallet through.
100.
And it would mean it'd only be one player from the White Rose County that would make it through Group C.
100.
And Wilkinson now with a bit of a battle to stay not just in this fixture but to stay within touch and distance of David Pallet. As it stands, Mambi we know is through on 16 points. Pallet second on 12. Wilkinson's got 8. If he can pick up a win here, he'll narrow that distance down to just 2 points. And Dave Pallet, he'll be featuring in our next match against David Evans. David Evans has started to turn his fortunes round at the back end of Group 42. C.
Kind of doing what he's been doing all week, David Evans, starting sluggishly and then finding something towards the tail end. But the problem that he has in a Group C scenario, you don't get that luxury. Even if he won just one game yesterday, maybe he would have thought that the psyche things would have been a bit different. If he won just that extra game yesterday, he'd be on 8 points. He'd actually be in the position that Carl Wilkinson finds himself in right
140.
Yeah, the shoulda, woulda, couldas of darts. When you do reflect over a tournament, yeah, players they will highlight and find those key points where things just went awry.
Hindsight is the most magnificent tool in the world.
135.
Only problem is you only find out about it after the event.
Well, the setup played good foresight from Dean Finn.
59. Daniel require 40.
Looking to find the first holder throw in this match so far and to go within one. And the finishing has been on point for Dean Finn in this match. 3 from 5, sat at 60%.
Fifth against Cole to throw first.
Really going through the gears here, Dean Finn. 3-1 to the good. It's a polished display, average of 96.5. Top of those doubling stats. And it looks like Wilkinson's Group C campaign at Champions Week 12 could be very close to coming to an end. David Pallet is a leg away from qualifying through to Champions Night, courtesy of Dean Finn Ford. Actually, a bit of a story about
45.
Dean Finn Ford's name, because when he entered the first qualifier to play at the Super Series, which he would go on to win, he actually tried to register under the name Dean Ford.
43.
But the name Dean Ford had already been taken, and to avoid any kind of confusion with the name Dean Finn Ford, he decided to enter the tournament as Dean Finn.
100.
And in darting circles, that is forever how he'll be known.
Bit like Martin C. Atkins of Wigan and Yorkshire.
59. $46.
I'm affectionately known by a few names, but that will not be repeated on the television.
Yeah, not for public airing, is it, Henry?
87. Carl,
Yeah, frustration though, a bit of a slip there from Dean Finn, and Wilkie can't reel in the big fish, but he can set up something because he knows he's coming back, and it's good set-up play from the Yorkshireman.
Well, we know one thing about Carl Wilkinson. He will be defiant until the bitter end.
We saw that in the last match. He was 3-0 down
94.
against Dave Pallet. Battled back to make it 3 apiece. He's a player that never quite knows when he's beat.
Game
And he
shot the
certainly
fifth leg.
isn't
Carl
out of this
Wilkinson.
match.
Back to 3-2. He's forced the issue with Dean Finn here,
Spread
forcing
his
him
team
to
to throw first.
serve it out in this
Game on.
leg.
$59. $60.
Wilkinson not able to punish that trebleless visit by Dean Finn.
Dean, who got here by
50.
beating Archie Self in the final. In fact, you look at the list of players who lost weekly finals in this series, you could have had a very strong runners-up week, although it doesn't have the same ring to it, really, does it?
100.
Brian O'Man, Jimmy Van Schie, Nathan Potter, Jurjen van der Velde, Johnny Haynes, Ashley Coleman, Jess Smith, Boris Kirchmar,
59.
Mark Dubridge, Joe Mernon, Scott Campbell, and Archie Self. All the runners-up in this series.
100.
Of course, Jimmy will be at Lakeside this weekend. He's number 1 seed for that particular tournament, looking to win both the major titles, looking to become the first player to do so in the same
98.
season as a certain Glenn Dowen back in 2016-17.
60.
You mentioned Archie Self, who Dean Finn beat in the Week 12 final. You have to say congratulations to him and the rest of the England team out in Gibraltar. They've picked up that Team World Cup title.
75.
Another name familiar to us in that team, and Ryan Branley as well.
52.
Rising Stars Week runner-up, lost out to Henry Coates. Well, Wilkinson here has put Finn to the sword, and now 51 points away from taking this contest all the way to a last leg decider. If he can find double 16, now 2 8s.
Game shot
which he finds of aplomb, and we will head to a 7th and deciding leg.
7th and final leg. It's Cole to throw first. Game on.
And importantly for Carl Wilkinson, it's a leg in which he has the darts in, a leg which would
82.
keep his hopes alive. The only problem he has is the legs difference between himself and David Pallet. And because he's got Charlie Mambi, your assumption would be if he's to beat Charlie Mambi, it's very unlikely it's going to be 4-0, 4-1. It's probably going to be a tight one. So he's probably going to need David Evans to do him a favour in terms of scoreline as well against David Pallet to give him a little bit of wiggle room when it comes to the legs
46.
difference.
Yeah, I agree. It still feels like a bit of a long shot for Carl Wilkinson, but the first point he has to do is negotiate this last leg against Dean Finn, who's kicked off with a max, and he's back in the red bit again.
95.
Could this be another case where Carl Wilkinson digs deep, battles back, levels up a match, and is just outplayed in that very
99.
last leg?
Dean Finn, who was on a 9 before Laura intonated that the 9 was on.
just mentioned that he's hitting a lot of treble 20s consecutively. I didn't mention the word 9 at all.
Well, at least you didn't get the ticking off that I got from Scott Mitchell earlier this week.
That's because you mention a 9 after the first 180
96.
almost every time. This is different. This is all about the deciding leg. There's nothing to split these two.
Well, there could be now because Dean Finn is slipping.
26.
That's the worst time for a score like that. And the man who delivers doors for a living has opened up the door for Carl Wilkinson here. What's it they say? When one door closes, another one opens.
Dean, you require
But Finn could bolt the door shut if he finds this 152, and it would send David Pallet through to tomorrow night.
Finn shaking his head. He knows he shouldn't be in this position. However, that's where he finds himself. And we've seen big shots under pressure from Finn previously. But 152, just a stretch too far.
I mean this in the politest way, because even Carl Wilkinson will begin to wonder how he's won this game if he hits this double 19. But what he has done is shown every single fibre of his Yorkshire grit. And he is just about still in the race to qualify for Champions Night. Dean Finn was in full control and command of that contest, but it's one that in the end he is let slip. Carl Wilkinson is still in the equation, but he's now hopeful of a favour from David Evans when he takes on David Pallet after this short break.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
Fridays in Champions Week, they're always very exciting. And as you can see from our penultimate round, Charlie Mambi did a job on Dave Pallet. So Mambi wins the group. Alex Small has been unable to get a win today. David Evans got his second consecutive win. Wilkinson just about got the win against Dean Finn, and that means that he's still in the race, but only just. Pallet is second. He has a better leg difference. He has 2 more points. But Pallet plays next against Evans, who's got a little bit of momentum today. And if Pallet wins, he will go through to Champions Night. But if he doesn't, Wilkinson will have a chance against Mambi in game 14. This is Group C, and basically C stands for crunch time, because that's exactly where we are. Last game of the Champions Week for Stretch. Can he have one last effect?
And I think that we did mention that early on.
First leg, it's David Evans
started the day off
Game on.
not in any particular. He needed to do a lot, and a lot of results had to go his way, but he could potentially be a banana peel. And this would be a big banana peel for David Pallet, simply because he's so close to touching Saturday.
After everything that Pallet has done well the last couple of days, he will be rather frustrated that he's not through yet. And if there's such a bad time as playing David Evans, it's right now.
140.
Because he's very warmed up. He's got himself a couple of wins. And he doesn't have any pressure on him.
85.
He's sitting in 5th position in the table. He's got the worst leg difference of anybody in the group. He might still finish 4th. But he's not thinking about that right now.
59.
It's going to be tough for Dave Pallet. But you do know that he's made
61.
of strong stuff, because what we've seen over the last 2 days is nothing short of miraculous.
60.
It's going to be a big, and I mean big, weekend in darts. There are huge things happening worldwide.
41.
The Series 12 champion will be crowned around 11 to 11:30 on Saturday night, live on Pluto TV. Lakeside is starting today. And not to mention Super Darts is happening in Japan, which is the biggest soft tip tournament in the world. It's just that time of year again.
60. David,
If you can play well at this time of year, you can change your career. Great first start from Evans. You look to leave tops.
97.
And at the minute, it looks so easy compared to earlier when it looked so difficult.
And that's what we were mentioning earlier. Just dynamics in the throw, not really anything else. It's just David Evans has the perfect throw. But when one thing comes undone, all of it just does not work.
20.
As you can see, that second dart did collide with the first and flattened out, making it very hard to use as a marker.
58. David, you've acquired 20.
Evans having the darts in this game could be a big thing. The dreaded low and left has struck again.
No score. David, you require 81.
David Pallet now on a shot. You didn't expect him to have, but double 13 is the
game shot.
It is 81, and David Pallet has been doing this.
Pallet.
Almost
Second
not.
David Pallet to throw first. Game on.
It's heartbreaking for the opponent, obviously. But what he's doing is just the great escape.
41.
We can all see that Dave is struggling with certain mechanics of his game. But there are times in sport when people really do dig a bit deeper.
180.
I'm sure everybody can think of a situation where a sports person was up against it and they still prevailed. Go back to 1984, Zola Budd, who was running for Great Britain, although she was from South Africa. And she had that coming together with Mary Decker.
190.
Fabulous athlete. She didn't even wear shoes. Everybody else in their fancy spikes, and Zola Budd didn't even have trainers.
Us South Africans are made of hard stuff, my brother. And so is David. David Pallet. David Evans capitulated on the end, and that, for the 90th time this week, David Evans has hit the same side
42.
of the 5. So he's going to go back home and certainly sort it out, because there's a lot of darts that he needs to play. And if he's going to go to Q school, that cannot be happening. David Pallet, on the other hand, has potentially
100.
a date with
David
Lakeside.
require 160.
It felt like Evans was going to take the first leg. He should take this one.
Game Sean, the second leg.
Well,
David
surely you should be
Evans.
happy when you hit 160 checkout, but he is more than
Third leg, it's
frustrated.
David Evans to throw first. Game on.
Why now? Why not earlier? So many questions swimming through his mind. I'm going to boil this down for you, Dave. Great shot.
99.
We've seen a lot of 160 checkouts this week as well. More than most weeks. These guys have been around a lot longer than people think, you know. Especially Pallet. When he made his debut for his country, it was back in 2012. Oh my,
20.
that was violent.
To say the least.
Now, before we get into the meat and drink of this game, think about some of the teammates that David Pallet had in 2012 when pulling on that England shirt. I'm going to run through some of these names.
59.
John Boy Walton, Tony O'Shea, Mark McGeaney, James Wilson, Scott Waits, Scott Mitchell, Martin Adams,
52.
Glenn Durrant, and a few others. He was in that mould 13 and a half years ago. He was that good. It would take him 10
60.
more years to win a Challenge Tour event. It would take him a decade. Pallet's been very in and out of this sport over the years. When he's in, he's unforgettable. When he's out, we're always asking where he is.
The man has talent in abundance.
100.
And this would be probably one of the most challenging periods in his career that he's faced. I mean, it's not just a form thing. Like, the mechanics is what it is. And we go back to the
125.
David Evans 5. But the throw, he's looking a lot more polished. Slow on the pullback. The release is timed perfectly. And when he does that, it's just
100.
It's poetry in motion.
David, you require 161.
He's not going to double up on the 160 plus checkouts, at least.
91.
I just wonder what
David,
Carl
you require
Wilkinson is thinking
78.
right now. Is it something along the lines of, please give me a chance? Double 12 for Pallet.
Game
The
Sean,
halfway point
third
is his.
leg. David
This
Pallet.
is gutsy. with a capital G.
Full flag, it's David Pallet to throw first.
This guy's got game. And I think he's winning respect from players all around the world watching this. And if you're watching from North America, I hope you had a wonderful Thanksgiving yesterday. Stay with us for the rest of the day, because Group B is going to be really interesting later. Everybody's still in it.
$57.
It's now an opportunity for Dave Pallet to continue
43.
his performance. Remember, Dave Pallet withdrew from Group A, then was placed in Group C simply based on rule. As we see David Evans here with a perfect. The fluency is back. Dave Pallet went down to Group C and now has an opportunity. If he wins David Evans, he would be guaranteed a spot
100.
On Saturday. And be playing for to be the champion of champions.
$84.
The only bright side of hitting that 4 there is that he's still only 4 darts away from winning the leg. But that's where the good news ends.
60.
In every likelihood, he is going to get 2 visits to win this leg and go 2-2. But does anybody remember that 145 checkout from Pallet earlier today?
60.
You should remember it because it was unforgettable.
158.
It was against Alex Small. And it was the shot of the week.
58.
Maybe even the shot of the series.
Maybe you require 160.
It most definitely will be the shot of the series if he does qualify for Champions Night.
David Evans trying there to go for almost a deja vu
92.
there, because he checked out 160 perfectly, not had the shot, but David Pallet now finds the center of the bed, loves the double tops, a reset. Slight adjustment now.
80.
Just came out so quick.
David, you require 68.
Double 4 for an equalizer. Oh, no.
Score.
One of the worst feelings in this sport is having a dart in your hand that you can't use. Dave's still got 2. Oh, now. Give that man a crane so he can see double 10.
No score. David, you require 68.
This feels like hard work for both players. It should be.
Game shot on the 4th flag.
That will frustrate Evans more than anything else. Because every now and again he proves just how good he is.
To throw first. Game on.
When it's good, it's perfect. When it's bad, and I don't mean this in a nasty way, when it's bad, it's really bad. The only person who can actually open up the can
33.
of what's going on is Dave. He's got to acknowledge what's going wrong when he hits that 13 or that small 5 and find a way to eradicate it. You can't have darts like that plaguing your entire game.
Do you feel as though standing all the way to the right is
96.
hindering? It's creating a entry point, and obviously bringing the 5 into position, because even if he's throwing straight and it's just extended, it will go into the
30.
5. If he's standing in the middle of the board and he's throwing straight, it's going to be 20.
Judging from his stance in a 2D sense, so I can't stand behind him at the side or even look at his darts from underneath.
81.
He's standing to the right, but he's also leaning to the right. He's putting a lot of weight in that right hip, so his dominant eye is getting further and further from the center point of the board. He might just be overcompensating for being so far right. But that's just me spitballing based on what we can all see. And there it is again. What he could probably do with is a recalibration of his entire position.
27.
Because obviously, where he is right now, or what he's doing with his grip, it's not working.
I think if he comes more center, the aiming the line, the straight line, opens his body up a slight bit, so he's not angled. So he's throwing straight, but straight into the 5, which it's a big problem to have, but it can be avoided because when he has to throw...
What a great angle that was. That one was never, ever going to make the treble 20 because it was 84. Too flat, which means alignment was bad, but also the penetration through the air was poor. This one's all right.
73.
He'll be back.
But David is a player that just sticks to his guns. This is what I know. This is what I do.
Yeah, but maybe that's a weakness. Maybe he needs to open his mind a bit more to a possible progression. Something new that might unlock his talent a bit more. 5-5 for Dave. Pallet. And that is right in the middle. One more leg.
David Pallet.
And Pallet will make Saturday night here in Champions Week in Series 12. Against all odds.
We have a beautiful view of the stage and of the players, and we have the front view on the monitor and the back view, obviously inside through our beautiful
128
commentary screen. And when you see it and you watch Dave's throw, the line itself is, it's going to favor the 5.
6.
And a shift. And if he's going to be watching this, and I hope somebody tells him, just to shift slightly to the left, it will open up his body a bit more. His elbow positioning will change, and all he'll just need to do is do what Dave Pallet does, is throw perfect. Or David Evans, sorry. What David Evans does. But at this point in time, stepping to the right, it's just not going to cut it.
Yeah, he's had enough of it right now. And even though today has been better than yesterday, there's probably a portion of Evans thinking, I'll be glad when this is done. A bit like being in a boxing match where you know you've lost 10 rounds of the 12.
100.
But you're still in the ring, and you want to make it to the end. A bit like Chris Eubank Jr. did. He knew he was going to lose, but he didn't want to be stopped.
75. David, you require 133.
This is to make Champions Night.
97.
He sets it up really, really well. It might not be the grandest of averages or the greatest of performances. In fact, it's very similar to the game he had with Evans yesterday. But it is a chance to get through to the final night of the series. He's only gone and done it. He's done his job. And Saturday night is now guaranteed for Dave Pallet for the first time. Congratulations, Dave. We can't even express how difficult the last couple of days have been for you, but you should be very, very proud of yourself. And there could be 4 more games for you tomorrow. He'll be hoping so. David Evans leaves us. David Pallet is going to stick around. He'll be back tomorrow for Champions Night.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
For what
A wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. David Pallet is player number 3 into tomorrow evening's Champions Night. David, many congratulations. Job done for yourself in the end. Just your overall thoughts and assessment on the way the last few days have gone.
Yeah, I've not played as well as I have done here previous weeks, but you know, I've got the job done. I've tried my hardest, and they've sort of gone when I need them to. Yeah, it's not been pretty, but you know, we'll take it and we move on to tomorrow night.
What's been your most pleasing facet of the last couple of days?
Turning up, I think. I didn't. It's been a difficult one, but it's just one of them. I've played some great players this week, but yeah, just playing okay and getting through it. And luckily enough, I've done enough to get through this last couple of days.
So is this kind of a little bit of a bonus then, getting to tomorrow night?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, obviously it's clear I'm not playing my best darts, but we'll see what happens tomorrow night. You know, it's pressure off, and fingers crossed I can do what I need to do to try and get out of the groups or something tomorrow. So.
I suppose that there must be something that at least in you must think, right, I may not feel as if I'm playing as best I know I can do, but I can still play the right darts that I need to when it matters.
Yeah, I mean, I've practiced well all year, and I've worked hard towards the end of the year and everything like that, and then something silly happens, and then it just sort of sets you back to square one. But I've put the work in all year, and I think that's why they've gone in this last couple of days. I've not picked them up for the last couple of weeks, but it's just one of them. You know, I think the practice all year has sort of kicked in and just seen me through this last couple of days.
I know we've spoken about it being a free hit tomorrow night, but what would tomorrow night mean to you if you could have a good evening?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great deal of money. It's a prestigious prize. You know, look at the players that have won it previously. You know, it's a great deal to do well, and it's always a pleasure to obviously come back here every time we get invited and things like that. But yeah, we'll just got to see how it goes. It's a prestigious tournament. But yeah, we'll just see how it goes, and it'd be great to win it. But there's a lot of great players here, and yeah, you just got to fingers crossed and hope for the best, really.
Well, it's been great to see you the last couple of days. We look forward to watching you again tomorrow night at Champions Night. Couple more games to go. Let's hand up to commentary to Devon and Paul.
Yes, many congratulations to Dave Pallet, and I'm getting a distinct feeling that he's got absolutely no idea how courageous that was over the last couple of days. We can read between the lines and we can watch what he's been going through the last 10 matches he's played, but he's been better than Carl Wilkinson based on points. He's been better than Alex Small, David Evans and Dean Finn, and he's going to be joining Charlie Mambi in Champions Night in Series 12.
Game on.
We're going to have a Yorkshire Derby in our penultimate match, so let's get our teeth into this one. So somebody pass the gravy.
100.
Or the Yorkshire chop, or Barnsley chop is what it was. Definitely going to go to the butcher to see that, but I think that this would be a...
100.
This is a matchup that when Carl Wilkinson won his WDF title,
140.
he beat Mambi on the way. So this would be, and yesterday, his first matchup against Mambi, he beat him as well.
140.
There is something very, very large on this one. It is bragging rights. Because if Wilkinson were to beat Mambi again like yesterday, Wilkinson will not let Mambi live it down. So there is an enormous amount of motivation here for Charlie. He wants to do a number on Wilkie. He wants to send him home with his tail between his legs.
99.
And he's on a double after 12, so read into that what you will.
Dead cat shot there and just
40.
saying over to you, Mambi. Ooh,
30.
that was a bit snatchy on the last dart. And
Carl,
Wilkinson now
61.
carved out an opportunity from nothing. He didn't want that. Ooh. That's the one he wanted.
On the first leg. Carl Wilkinson.
And he'll feel comfortable there now.
It strikes again. Laura Turner's been talking about this for a couple of days now. When somebody only just hits a single, they hit the double straight after.
Game on.
It's easily 12 times that it's happened since she mentioned it.
Are you going to call it the Laura theory? The law of Laura?
I'm going to let her name it. I'm not going to take that away from her whatsoever. But it has been happening.
45.
Happened in Group C yesterday. It happened in Group B last night. It'll probably happen tonight as well. And if you want to find out if it does, you'll have to come back to Pluto TV
60.
At 10 p.m. local time. And don't forget, we've got Murph meets Bobby George after the live
100.
darts. That is something you don't want to miss. And we'll get the answer to that question. Did Bobby George make a world final back in 1994 with a broken
64.
back?
I remember watching that on VHS. It was Magnus Carras he beat, yeah.
100.
Maybe Magnus Carras in the semis. Lost to John Part in the final.
$140.
Wilkinson now, after that mishap there from Mambi,
95.
just stretching his legs now and finding it. This wouldn't surprise me if this goes.
$97. Charlie require 120.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is found. He's got a little bit of flashy about him. But not on this occasion.
Carl, we require 45.
You don't see many dart players using a front-loaded barrel and a kite-shaped flight.
13.
But the man with the kite flights
64.
might be flying into a 1-1 scoreline.
Game
There
on
you have
the
it.
second leg.
We are
Charlie
tied.
Mambi.
I just love how aggressive he is
Third
on the
leg,
finish,
it's
though.
Charlie to throw
He doesn't float any dart. Is everybody?
Game on.
Every dart is the same. It's like I'm just gonna knock the head off it, like boom.
100.
You look at Charlie and you think he looks like a modern-day dart player, doesn't he? He's got the haircut, which is pretty much the same haircut that Cam Crabtree and Owen Bates
136.
have, and almost every young man at their age. Yep, trim it on the sides and the back, leave the top.
140.
Leave the front, let it just dangle.
Yeah, it's all fringe.
I would just love the opportunity to do that.
60.
Look on the bright side. You're never going to get sunburn on your
70.
forehead.
In England, you do not get the sun, mate.
Oh, there's a 2-week window. Maybe 3 weeks on the south coast.
135.
In Yorkshire?
Charlie, we're going 151.
Probably not.
Sporadic.
Hello.
131.
He's not going to add another number to his
Oh, you
bingo card.
require 170.
But his Wilkie. He fancied it, didn't he? You can feel
48.
the rivalry in this
20.
game. You can sense it. Who leads? Not Mambi.
16. Cole, you require 122.
Call now to 0-1 ahead. And that's not the dart he wanted. You could just tell. Charlie Mambi now, we've seen him hit this double 2 multiple times.
74.
First dart,
Charlie require
step
4.
up, middle of the bed.
Oh, my. How does he hit this?
No score.
I don't think he believed he
Charlie
could.
require 48.
But
Games on the
Wilkinson
third
can
leg.
hit that.
Cole Wilkinson.
Dartboard's over there, Charlie.
Full flag
Turn
against
around.
Cole to throw first.
Dartboard's on the wall.
Game on.
Wilkinson turned to him there and just saw him do that. That would be a telltale sign for Wilkie.
100.
He'll be comfortable now because he knows that Mambi is not comfortable playing him.
140.
One thing Charlie's going to have to be careful with as he progresses in his career, he's got what's called an inside elbow. So when his stance is very
123.
side on, you can see it here, that right elbow kinks on the inside. And as soon as that happens, it gets to a critical
60.
point where the shoulder is engaged. So when he throws violently, his shoulder jumps. Over the course of time, he's got to make sure that that elbow doesn't go further on the inside.
79.
If it does, big problems.
Progression-wise, though, it will.
It could. I hope for his sake
100.
it doesn't.
Simply because it's going to become an overdeveloped muscle use, and then it will just then more than likely move closer to the inside, and he won't probably pick it up
99.
unless he changes it now.
He's just got to be wary of this. Because when he draws the dart back, the elbow is trying to stay still, and it works perfectly right now.
Oh, you require 100.
You just got to guard against things changing in your throw, which could really put you in a bad spot.
60. Charlie require
Wilkinson, every
36.
time he's missing a chance like that, is showing his true feelings.
Game on the fourth.
But it's 2-2 anyway.
Charlie
And that's a
Mambi.
beautiful 13 darter from Charlie.
Fifth leg is Charlie to throw first. Game on.
Certainly loads of rivalry, bragging rights and everything else. Charlie already won the group through to Saturday. Looking forward to it.
43.
And this game now is a dead rubber game for considering the league and everything else in the group.
45.
But to both of these players, when the door shuts on the other side, when they return to the beautiful area of
100.
Yorkshire, one has to be the winner.
I'm trying to think, what is the biggest
125.
Yorkshire derby match in the history of darts? It could be Dennis Hickling versus Dennis Priestley. Maybe Doggy Dawson versus Scott
140.
Waits. Doggy Dawson's going to play here next week. He's at the ADC Global. Answers on a postcard for that one.
47.
Wilkinson now needs a big visit here. Finds
99.
one treble, so both players Just loitering outside of a checkout zone.
55.
Trebless visit now puts Wilkie in an advantageous spot. And he knew that, and then just slightly a bit mishit. But that's perfect recovery there from
Charlie Brook 120.
Carl Wilkinson. This 1, 2, 3, as easy as it sounds, has to go. Bullseye. Does
76.
not make it. So 32-32 for Carl Wilkinson coming right up.
It's like Devon said, coming right up.
Game
Asking you shall have.
Carl Wilkinson. Sick flag is Cole to throw first.
Mambi cannot look. He wants to talk to the speaker just like Richie Burnett.
He has not looked like that since he had those 7 games with Adam Gavlas in the previous series.
$54.
Showing all of the emotion.
58.
Doesn't need to win it, but he wants to win it.
Oh, want is a very strong word. This is all about want.
100. $100.
Well, I've been doing a little bit of digging.
And I've watched you dig.
Oh, I've been digging deep, 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 as in Eddie Murphy deep.
140.
Charlie Mambi is having the best Group B in a Champions Week history. He's the first person to ever make it to 16
100.
points in Group C in Champions Week. But he has a chance to be 18.
95. Cole,
If I were to tell him this right now, it would give him that extra pep. If there's another leg in this contest, I'll tell you more. It's very much an if.
96. Charlie, you require 112.
Can he get past it?
56.
16 points might just
48.
be all Mambi can muster, and Wilkinson might be his kryptonite. Turns out he is. The man who can stop Charlie Mambi is the big man from Barnsley. But look on the bright side, Charlie. You don't have to worry about him anymore because he's not going to Saturday. See, there's a bright side to everything. Wilkinson leaves with a win. Charlie stops at 16 points. But still, that is a very good campaign as he wins the group.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires 79.
This is it. It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome to our final game in Group C of Champions Week. And we're about to find out who is going to finish Friday without a win. Because this is a game of two players who have had 4 games and are yet to score. Dean Finn is at the bottom of the table right now.
Against Dean to throw
But
first.
if he beats Alex Small, he will jump to 4th. That's how close it is. And if Small wins, he will retain 4th position and finish 4 points behind a rather cheered up Carl Wilkinson after he's just done the double over Charlie Manby.
140.
Feels like it's been a while since we've seen Alex Small.
Yeah, played in game 11. 3-game break since then. A lot has transpired. But even after his heroics in week 10,
83.
That in itself, I think, for him was a massive victory to end his year. But he's been closer to getting to Champions Night this time. But Friday really hasn't
101.
worked out well for him. 4 games, 4 defeats. And people have targeted him very, very
98.
well.
Dean Finn, for me, winning last week was fantastic. And this week just seemed
44.
exhausted. All the fuel depleted. There was no
80.
fight in it. Simply because it was an emotional win as well.
Yeah, that can take something out of you for sure. But maybe the biggest thing for Dean in winning week 12 wasn't making Champions Week.
100.
It was validation of his talent. And validation that in 2026... Oh, hold on. Where have we seen that before, Alec?
Alex Small.
Yeah, we saw it.
It's Alec to throw first. Game on.
At the end of Group A in week number 10. And we saw it at the very end of the week when he won.
26.
So we've seen a little smattering of his speciality. But I think winning week 12 for Finn, the biggest factor is
135.
now he's a weekly winner. He's way more likely to be re-invited. So if he's not
100.
on the PDC Pro Tour next year by choice, he's going to be at the top of the list of invites because of a recent weekly win.
140.
That's very nice, though, for him, because I know exactly, I mean, speaking to him after his first visitation, yeah, when he done so well.
140.
His question was, will he be re-invited again? And he asked me as well, and I said, of course you will. There's no doubt, because you played so well. Obviously, with the amount of talent, the winners, and everything else considered, ADC Europe, ADC in the UK, and just everything now, this is exploding.
Dean, you require 110.
And he's now part of a group of players for 2026 that has won a week. That's a elite group, though.
Game shot.
That's how champions do it.
Dean Finn.
He likes that double 19.
Third leg, it's Dean to
There's
throw
144 spaces for players in a series. Obviously not including Champions Week. And there is a bit of recency bias, let's put it that way,
59.
because if you've won in the previous series, we want to see you again. It's not always the case, because at the end of the year, if you win a week, we might not see you again, because you might go to the PDC Pro Tour and try a hand at European Tour action and players championship events and getting to other things, which is more than fine.
95.
We actually want people to succeed. If we don't see you again and you go off and do great things, absolutely brilliant.
60.
The Modus Super Series is a vehicle to allow dart players to be successful. That's it in a nutshell.
134.
And you said it perfectly there. I think when you understand the platform of Modus Super Series and what it's unlocked,
91.
It's creating a perfect atmosphere for you to perform and compete and almost get that. It's almost a sparring. If this was boxing, it would be something similar to have the perfect sparring partner and this perfect sparring ring and gym and everything else, because this is where it happens.
He's not going to find a 170, but he is going to find the next best thing. Double 8.
65.
These guys will be desperate to end on a win, just like Wilkie did in the previous one.
Game shot the third.
But it's Small who takes the lead with a very good 14 darter. Coincidentally, Wilkinson finishes up on 12 points, 2 points behind Pallet and 4 points behind Mambi. There is a big gap between third position and fourth. There's not a massive gap in quality in this game, as you've just seen.
And we did say that. I mean, the groups, the margins even get smaller in Champions Week, and because everybody's on, and nothing changes actually, because the positions you earn in Group C is only 2, and there's 6 champions in Group C, and that's 4 is going to have to go. Which 4? We know that now, but at the start, these players turning up,
57.
It's just tough.
$50.
Interesting lead from Small. Kind of makes sense.
60.
2 triple visit now would set him up perfectly.
Just to turn the clock back as well, if you go back into Series 11.
140.
Group C was won by Jimmy Van Schie on 14 points. He was accompanied into Champions Night by Andy Hamilton, who also had 14 points.
60.
The people that missed out, Scott Taylor, Danny Van Tripe, Richard McKee, and Shane McGurk.
140.
So Ireland have not had it all their own way in Group C in Champions Weeks over the last few months. Small is having a bit of a ball right here, isn't he?
94. Alec, you require 20.
3 darts clear. Now he has to. Goes for the 2 option. Sensible.
16.
But not effective. So Dean Finn has an opportunity here. I feel as though the bullseye goes. There's an opportunity here for the bullseye.
50.
Clearly frustrated.
He'll be feeling frustrated. Maybe more in a second.
Game shot the
That was
fourth.
thunderous. That hit the
Alex
board with authority.
Fifth leg, it's Dean to throw first.
Well, this is where you start to feel a bit strange if you're Alex Small and Dean Finn, because one leg from now could be the end of your season.
58.
After this, that's it. No Global Championship, no Ali Pally, no Lakeside. Just back home and back to the drawing board. Which is not necessarily a bad thing sometimes. But at Christmas time,
61.
You want to be playing.
Christmas and gravy, that's all it is.
96.
And then Q-School comes on 2 weeks later. And like you say, you want to find form this time of year simply because if you're in any of those back-end tournaments, you're in some of the crucial ones, the big ones.
Well, this is the thing about this sport.
83.
American football owns Thanksgiving. I'm not saying this arrogantly. I'm saying it truthfully. Darts owns Christmas.
47.
Because it's just what we do. It's the most talked about sport at Christmas time. There is absolutely no doubt about that. Alex Small has only got one dart to hit
Require 40.
to end on a win. And he does get a win on Friday. The ironic celebration. Dean Finn has had a wonderful couple of weeks. Great experience for him. But he has to settle for the Week 12 win, and he will move on. Small, who won Week 10, has done a very, very good job. As you can see, Finn averaged 85. Alex Small with a 92 was one of his better performances in the group. 40% on the doubles as well. And let's see where Alex Small did end up in the table after all. Because that win has booked him not just that 4-1 victory, but that little bit of relief as well towards the end. That 4-2 victory for Carl Wilkinson, by the way, that cemented third position, but it's fourth position for Alec on 8, which does come with its own financial rewards. It's Pallet and it's Mambi who make their way through to Champions Night. It's been thrilling in Group C, and it's time to have a little bit of a chat with Mambi, and he's with Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you very much, gents. Yeah, Charlie Mambi alongside myself and Laura Turner here in the studio in front of the end of this Group C campaign. Charlie, many congratulations. It felt like today it was about getting out the blocks early, getting those wins on the board early on to cement your place through to tomorrow, and you did exactly that.
Yeah, I think that's what I needed to do, and I did it, and I think that's what sort of put me in good stead, and I knew I had a bit of comfort going into the last few games.
Because it did feel to a certain extent there was a do or die element about the start of the day. Because, you know, if you can win those early games, you put yourself in a good position. But if you can slip up, or if you did slip up in one of those early games, because the group was still so tight, you could have been sucked straight back into it.
Yeah, I think it was just... I knew they were tough, but I didn't want to put too much pressure on myself to sort of, you know, and get the ground running straight away. So, yeah, I think it was just good to get them out of the way and get on the right side of them.
There felt like a real composure about Charlie throughout the course of the day today.
Yeah, obviously came in a really advantageous spot at the top of the table, but you know, as we said, you've got to back it up, and to get the early wins under your belt. And didn't look flustered, didn't look flappable at all. I think in Group A, when Charlie was on the back foot, maybe on the last day, then it kind of felt like, okay, all my focus is now going to go into Group C, and it paid off really well.
We talk a lot here about reset mentality, particularly for players that may have had a bit of a disappointment in Group A going into that second group of the week. What was the reset for you from the end of Wednesday going into Thursday?
I think like the last few games on the Wednesday, I just knew, and I wanted myself. It was just a case of I had to go up and do it, and like you say, all my focus were on Group C coming in today and hitting it hard. And yesterday, so yeah, I think I did a good job of that.
It kind of backs up what we were saying in commentary, that there's some players that got to play with that air of age, that air of something having to be on the line, and maybe Charlie's one of those players that subscribes to that.
Yeah, and it's the way that players bounce back from the disappointment. Obviously, you know, last time Charlie was in a Group A, it was possibly one of the best Group A campaigns we've ever seen. So, you know, it's tough. It's Champions Week. So to be able to kind of draw a line under it, reset, come back for Group C, and then just find that next level. Because Group C, we talk about it all the time. It's notoriously difficult to get out of, just in terms of the numbers. So to kind of dominate a group with so much talent in, I think it just shows, you know, just how well Charlie plays under a little bit more pressure.
Have you found a difference between this being a Champions Week and a normal regulation week here at the Super Series?
Yeah, kind of. I think there's some games where you can sort of look at it and think, yeah, I don't have to, and no disrespect to any of the players, but some games you look and you sort of think, yeah, I don't have to play my A game, just a steady B game will do. And then here you just have to be on it all the time because someone sat at the bottom of the table can just do you like that, 4-0.
However, the story of this Champions Week has been rivalries in Yorkshire, and only one player's beaten you in this group, and I think said player who, by the way, you did mention at the end of week 11 you were hoping to play at Champions Week, has dusted you up twice in Carl Wilkinson.
Can I swear on here? No?
Please not.
All right, then, yeah, but I'm sure he'd rather be in my position than his position.
Do you know what I love about this show? Is there's been rivalries throughout the course of it. And do you know what? For the sake of darts, the sake of products like this, and when you've got trophies like this to play for, you need that, don't you, sometimes? That little bit of edge that we've been talking about.
Yeah, it just adds another layer. Obviously, I agree with Charlie. The whole purpose of these group stages is to make it through to Saturday, and that's what he's done, and he's done it in some style. Okay, we've had the side story of the Carl Wilkinson and that Yorkshire rivalry, but ultimately, yeah, it's very much about getting through. But, from our point of view, we've enjoyed it, but yeah, it's Charlie that's sat in top spot.
Carl Wills is going to milk this for the next 6 months, by the way. Let's talk about the other player that's made it through, David Pallet. And in 3.5 years of doing this job, I've got to say the interview that I did with David was probably one of the most raw and honest I've ever done. I think you can tell exactly everything that he's going through at this present moment in time. However, the guts that he has shown, A, to turn up here, and B, to play the darts he has, he deserves all the respect in the world.
Yeah, he faced match darts in a couple of the matches, Carl Wilkinson and Alex Small. We produced that beautiful 1-4-5 from seemingly nowhere. His opponent was on a finish. So he's got the class, he's got the caliber. Yes, I agree. I think it was really honest and open, and the way he was speaking, he's more than aware that it's not his absolute best from what we've seen here at the Super Series this year, but even at his absolute best, even when he's not at 100%, he's producing big results, big wins, and yeah, he's got to be pleased with everything that's happened so far, even if it does look like it's coming. It looks difficult.
And I suppose these are difficult questions to ask as well, particularly with tomorrow night in mind. It's Champions Night. Look, this is one of the biggest nights that we have of the year, and I almost got the sense, speaking to David, that this is a free hit for him. The fact that, like we said, he's not played it at his very best, but still made it through and made it through relatively comfortable in the end. He could have made it a little bit more easy for himself, but gets a position in Champions Night. He's come through a more difficult process than being in Group C as well. He did have that option of being in Group A. So there's lots of things that you can take. And what Paul Nicholson was saying, the pride that he needs to be taking from this, take it into tomorrow. Tomorrow is a different night. It's a different day. Anything can happen on finals night. There's going to be a sold-out crowd here at the Live Lounge. Charlie Mambi's going to be there as well. This is how the tournament bracket looks as we head into the second half of the week. We knew Derek Coulson had qualified through Group A on Wednesday afternoon. We'll find out the identity of the final 3 players tonight in Group B. Jensen Walker leading the way, having won 3 out of 4 last night. And Jensen, of course, he's got his name on the trophy. He's won the first series of the year. He's looking to bookend the year with Champions Week titles, and he looks in pretty good nick to make it through to another Champions Night.
Yeah, he does, but no one in that table is safe. You've got Tom Sykes at the foot of the table, but he is such a dangerous player. Keegan Brown has shown that he's got levels. He's the only one to have beaten Jensen Walker. And then you've got Duff and Owen sat there also on 4 points. It's not a massive lead for Jensen Walker. So a bit like what Charlie's done today, I think it's about really attacking those first couple of games, getting a couple of wins under your belt, making sure everything else just becomes comfortable.
In terms of yourself, you've had a fantastic year, particularly on the floor with the Dev Tour and everything you've done there. But is this a different step, playing for something like this, in front of the cameras, in front of the stage, in front of the lights and all that lot?
Yeah, I think so. I think it is different. Everything's different, but I don't want to treat it any different. I just want to get up there and play my game.
In terms of what you've done this year, where would this, if you were to lift it tomorrow night, where would this compare to the other things that you've done?
Yeah, it'd be up there. It'd be in top 3 quite easily. But like I said, I don't want to be thinking about that going into tomorrow night. I just want to get up there and throw darts. And I know if I play my A game, that trophy's coming on with me.
And I get the sense you're the type of individual that takes everything with a flow, that every opportunity you just try and grasp with both hands.
Yeah, you've got to do. I think I'm still only young, and I think anything chucked at me, I'll just cope with it and just, like I say, just step right into it.
This tournament, you have a look at some of the names on that trophy. That lad Littler there, that lad Walker there, Mine van Velzen of Development Tour age when he won it. This has become a real platform for young players to go on and live something tangible, and you've seen what it's done for their careers.
Yeah, absolutely. I will make a slight argument that I think Derek Coulson may want to defy that kind of that narrative. But absolutely, it's a platform for anyone that's looking to go on and do more within the sport of darts. I mean, and it's not just the accolade, winning a Champions Week here, but it's the prize money that goes with it. It can just really bolster someone's career. So, yeah, it's hard enough making it to Champions Week. It's then very difficult, as it's been proven, to make it to finals night. And then once you're there, you know, you're in with a good shout.
This could be the best few weeks of your darting life, couldn't it? This tomorrow, and then obviously debut at Ali Pali in a few weeks.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know what I'm looking forward to most, really, to be fair.
Right, Charlie, many congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow night for Champions Night. Laura, thank you so much as ever for your company. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV. Coming up next is the latest edition of the Murph Meet series, where he heads to George Hall to take on Bobby George. He'll be talking about his life and career, and if anything, it's worth tuning in just for the scene in Murph and Bobby on the stair lift. Then tonight from 10, Group B comes to a close. Jensen Walker, the former champion, he's looking to go for 2 out of 3. That ain't bad, as Meatloaf once said. That's going to be live tonight. And then Charlie Mambi, one of 6 that's going to be in Champions Night tomorrow from 7:30 live here on Pluto TV. Every single dart will be here with us. And then the ADC Global Championship, the second edition of that tournament, gets underway on Monday morning from 9:30. Jess Smith, the Super Series champion in Series 11. Well, he's going for the title that our mate Dev has currently got. That's 9:30 Monday morning live on Pluto TV. Well, come the end of play tonight, we'll know the 6 players that are playing for this magnificent Modus Super Series trophy. David Pallet has painted the perfect picture. Charlie Mambi is going to bring the champagne. We'll see you tonight from 10. Take care. Bye-bye from us.
Please put your hands together for the Modus Super Series.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion!
It's time to crown the champion.
This is for the title.
Will get the match start at the block.
To win a week for the first time.
Great champions here.
25 starts.
You are our champion.